Happy morning to one and all present here. A warm welcome to one and all. Here we are starting our first session for the day. As you all know, we are having our third national conference on the topic Cooperatives, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economy, Experience from around the world. So the theme for this session is Ecology and SSE. Now I welcome our respected chairperson for the day, Dr. Anita B, Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Dr. Anita B is an eminent faculty of our department and has completed multiple research projects and has also published more than 20 articles in various journals. She is also a certified financial education resource person of the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI. It's indeed a great honor to have you here. Over to you.
A very warm good morning to everyone. At the outset, I sincerely thank Dr. Christabel PJ for this opportunity. And coming to the session, this session discusses the linkages between ecological economics and the social and solidarity economy. And we know that ecological economy treats the economic system as a subsystem of the earth system, the whole earth system, and try to or emphasize or give more importance to the natural capital. And we have been experiencing the role of social movements, particularly in the grassroots level movement, and in the worldwide, we treat it as a social movement. And in this context, it is very important, particularly in the context of the extractive growth and the value destruction, the role of social and solidarity economy in preserving the role of social and solidarity economy in preserving the natural capital. So, based on that, we have 5 papers in this session, and I think the first presenter is JP, Assistant Professor, Engineering College, Tamil Nadu. He will be speaking on the topic Eco Carry Bags from Used Areca Cashew Nut. Is it cashew nuts or arecanut? Arecanut, okay, arecanut bags from plate manufacturing industry. Thank
you. Good morning, everyone.
Sir, just a minute. We have Ajay P, Assistant Professor, Chengunder and Engineering College, She Road, Tamil Nadu, presenting on the title Eco Carry Bags with used areca capturing bags that from plate manufacturing industries. This paper is jointly published by Gokula S, Assistant Professor, and Sneha, a second year student of the same college. Welcome, you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Let me share the screen first. Hope the screen is visible.
Yes,
is it?
visible.
Fine. First of all, let me. I'm Jay, and basically I'm a chemical engineer. So I used to work on waste to resources. This kind of point of this point of view. Uh, Hello.
Can you put that in slideshow mode? Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. My slides and my audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes. Please continue, sir.
Fine. Okay. Basically, I'm a chemical engineer, and usually I'll work on resources and these point of view. Uh, Especially this economic kind of presentation needs some kind of engineering support also if you want to earn and if you want to convert your resources into profit. And this presentation also aims to prove those kind of things. And the topic is on eco carry bags from used RK barks from plate manufacturing industries. Let me explain first, since it is related to technical and economic side. Let me explain what is this plant, and what is this bark. And so, uh, so before getting into the presentation, let me explain. This is the RK bark. It will be more available in Kerala and these kind of things, where we used to eat with pan and these kind of things. That piece bark it is, and we used to make plates out of it. That plate. This is the RK bark. So we are going to make bags, carry bags from it. This is a new project. Why? If you are doing something, you need to prove that why you are doing. So let me explain that in today's world, we are using lots and lots of plastics, which is very harmful for our environment. So because of that, and schemes like Meendum Manjapai scheme in the government of Tamil Nadu and all over the world, plastic is almost like we're banning it, and we need alternatives. And currently in Tamil Nadu and I think in Kerala also, we are using that carry bags. Which is made of cotton and these kind of things. So we are trying to find a better alternative for plastic carry bags, and this project aims to prove that. There are a few things, and these kind of bags will be like cost effective and easy for production, and it should be long lasting than plastic. These kind of considerations are taken into mind, and with this consideration, we are going to fabricate, or we are going to make some bags or a machine which could produce bags from these kind of barks which you can find in trees, so that the plastic can be not permanently, but some of the plastics can be neglected like that. So the uniqueness of the project is that very few researchers are doing research in architecture bars, especially in this market, like converting that bark into bag. I'm the pioneer. I can say that I'm the pioneer. So I wanted to convert that. I'm planning, and I'm currently fabricating a machine to convert that bark into completely bag manufacturing kind of a thing. So let me explain first. So the objectives to design, optimize, and process the conversion which is used to convert bark, these kind of barks which you're seeing in the screen, into completely manufacturing bags, and to design and optimize the equipment and install the equipment and revenue generation. So these are the business model or business plan. We are going to make fabricate the equipment or instrument which could convert these bark into bags, and we are going to make a revenue out of it. A technical point of view, technical things. So these are the fabrication unit will be consisting of these kind of things in engineering point of view. So conveyor belt is nothing but a belt in which these barks will be carried through a section called rolling section, in which the barks will be folded. You can see in the front view of that bark. So the bark is straight here, and it is folded into a cup shape, and folding section, and after that heating section. In heating section, heat will be given to it with a kind of the bar will be fix it in that shape, like that C shape, U shape kind of a thing. It will be hardened. And similarly, we'll be making another U bend, and we'll be keeping those two U bends, and we'll be stitching it with threads, cotton threads like that, so that it will be formed in the form of a bag, and which you can use it for carrying lots of household items like that. So I am currently involved in the fabrication of this fabrication unit, and so that if we could fabricate this kind of things, this will aids to the supplement of plastic bags, like in the sense, you can not completely avoid, but you this will be the this will become some kind of steps by which you can also avoid plastic. So this is the technical point of view. And now, engineering process behind it, as I said, the eco bags will be in good quality rigid bags and sling bags kind of a thing. You can make it lots of qualities, and uh, you can make these kind of things. And the process is, these bags first will be soaked in water for 1 hour, then it will be sent through the rollers, through the conveyor belt, through the rollers, and heat pressing will be applied, so that it will maintain its shape, so that after that, this stitching process will be done. So this is the engineering process behind it. I don't want to go completely in that engineering process, how I'm doing it, because this process are very simple. So now, the revenue generation, the economic point of view of this thing. Due to various government policies, plastic should be banned already banned in various countries. In India, we are yet to do that. And no, one normal cotton bag is sold for 20 rupees in a retail shop, and its production cost will be 5 rupees per bag. But this plastic alternative eco-carry bags can be produced at the cost of less than 2 rupee and sold for 5 rupee. So the profit margin here is 3 rupees. This 2 rupee production includes the cost of, you can say that, heating and everything. So the profit margin will be here 3 rupees, and put together, this small scale machine could produce 1 every hour it could produce one. This machine, if it could operate, if we operated 18 hours per day, we could produce approximately 3,000 plus bags in every day, and which gives a profit of almost 10,000 rupees every day, and the yearly profit will be 35 lakhs, and 7 lakhs will be on maintenance and workers pay. Like that, we could gain 28 lakh rupees. That is approximate for a small scale industry. Since I'm an engineer, I know that how much cost will be applied for the production of manufacturing of that fabrication work, and cost of operation and everything. So we could gain this much rupee if we could generate. So this is an initiative from my side for the plastic and everything, some kind of technical work as well, and some kind of revenue generation as well. And the scheme will be well supported by in the government point of view also, because they are concentrating on that. So this is plastic reduction technique. We need your support. Watch this. Thank you. Thanks for listening. If you have any doubt, kindly ask me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As our session proceeds, we have Sarita as Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, BTMNSS College, Convention, presenting her paper on role of community participation in circular economy. She is having 12 years of service in teaching ME and BE economics. It's indeed a great pleasure to have you here now. Thank you. So thank you for coming. Welcome now.
A warm good morning to all. Thank you, Sneha, for the invitation for the welcome speech. My topic is role of community participation in a circular economy. Coming to the introductory part, what is circular economy? The circular economy is a model of production and consumption which involves sharing, leasing, reusing, repairing, refurbishing, and recycling existing materials and products as long as possible. In this way, the life cycle of products is extended. In practice, it implies reducing waste to a minimum. When a product reaches the end of its life, its materials are kept within the economy wherever possible. These can be productively used again and again, thereby creating further value. This is a diagram representing a circular economy. It starts from the design to the recycle. Only a very small percentage will be going as a residual waste. This is the butterfly diagram representing a circular economy. So you can see that even the biological nutrients as well as the technical nutrients can be reused, can be taken back to the system without creating waste. Why this circular economy is important? Despite decades of promoting recycling, fifth circularity gap report published by World Economic Forum says that our world is only 8.6% circular. That means over 90% of materials extracted and used are wasted. In fact, in 2018, it was 9.51%. Improved design, technologies, and access for reuse and recyclability are critical to closing the gap. Along with it, better circular behaviors and interventions towards those behaviors are just as important for making the shift to a truly circular economy. What is the importance of community participation in a circular economy? End users and the communities they include are the starting point where the waste starts its journey into several parts within the circular economy. A sense of solidarity and collaboration is needed among individuals and communities to act together in the journey towards a circular economy. Small, local, inclusive, and circular communities can take us towards a sustainable future. About my paper, which I'm going to present here, this paper intends to examine a framework suitable to facilitate behavioral change towards circular economy among individuals and groups. Also, it tries to extract some examples from studies which emphasize the importance of governmental and non-governmental initiatives to promote community participation towards a circular economy. Only secondary data and secondary information is used. The conceptual framework is PCCM, that is Pro-Circular Change Model. What is PCCM? PCCM contains three key elements. First one is behavioral intention. Second one is pro-circular values. And the third one is behavior change intervention. We'll go into behavioral intention to perform pro-circular behavior. Behavioral intention can be assessed through the theory of planned behavior questionnaire. Behavioral intention is the result of behavioral attitude. That means a favorable or unfavorable psychological tendency towards a behavior. And subjective norms. Subjective norms are perceived social pressures that can be from the family, from the peer group, or the society itself to perform or not to perform certain behaviors. And the third one is perceived behavioral control. That is how easy or how difficult people perceive that it is to perform certain behaviors. Coming to the theory of planned behavior, a TPB questionnaire helps to determine the intention strength towards performing a pro-circular behavior. And it also enables those who want to change behaviors and to evaluate the attitudinal, normative, and control beliefs towards it. This knowledge could be used to explain certain behaviors and helps to form interventions. Behaviors are defined through tagged elements, that is target, action, context, and time. These elements are used to define behaviors measured through the TPB questionnaire. What are the pro-circular values?
These pro-circular values can be social, economic, or environmental. Social pro-circular values can be intrinsic or extrinsic. The same with economic and environmental. All these values can be either intrinsic values or extrinsic values. What are behavioral change interventions? Behavior change interventions are done through persuasive communication. That is to convince the subject to change their behavioral attitude, subject to norms or perceived behavioral control towards pro-circular behaviors. Persuasion implements either intrinsic or extrinsic values depending on the individual. How to test PCCM? Participants' intentions prior to interventions are measured using a TPP questionnaire and analyzed. The questionnaire is followed by a series of persuasive communication messages that integrate pro-circular values. The influence of the persuasive communication on the behavioral intention is assessed through the same questionnaire after a specified time period. What are the limitations of PCCM? The reassessment of participants' intentions depends on their availability and willingness to engage, which can be an obstacle to receive a complete set of results. In addition to this, depending on the time lag between the first survey and the second one, the participant is subject to a range of externalities, which can impact positively or negatively the extent or nature of behavior change. Coming to the initiatives of community participation and need for further intervention. Some studies, I went through some studies, and these are the essence from those studies. Studies all over the world on initiatives towards circular economy and sustainable consumption stress the importance of community participation. It also emphasized behavioral interventions for enhancing citizen and community engagement towards circularity in production and consumption. First study coming to Waste Bank, that is an organization in Surabaya of Indonesia. A lot of studies have been conducted on the community-based organization Waste Bank of Surabaya in Indonesia, which manages the inorganic waste. All these studies further suggest the need for behavioral intervention to encourage more participation in Waste Bank, the organization. Second study, a study on Netherlands Environment Assessment Agency on product chain innovation. It considered socio-institutional barriers to be the major obstacle for increasing circularity and demands external intervention for a shift in public mindset. Third study, the case study of citizen participation in implementing circular economy in Amsterdam, Melbourne, New York, scientifically proved the need for individual awareness of citizens for more responsible consumption and compliance waste separation and collection schemes, resulting in increased reuse and recycling. The fourth study, a research work on the waste management in Ethiopia, shows the importance of community participation in sustainable waste management. Fifth study, a study in Lusaka, Zambia, recommends collaborative governance through public-private partnership and community engagement in effective solid waste management. The sixth one, a research study on 4 cities in Europe, that is Copenhagen, Genoa, Hamburg, and Lisbon, aimed at evaluating the tools and instruments for citizen involvement, as well as recommending good practices for civic involvement in municipal waste management and circular economy in European cities. It identifies community participation as the key element for planning and implementation of a circular economy. The seventh study, the working paper on steps towards circular economy in India, published for Clean Technologies and Environmental Policy 2021, stresses the importance of stakeholder consultation and involvement in all levels, along with knowledge dissemination for resilient circular economy. It asks for enlightened government policies and initiatives, encouraging active participation towards a circular economy from the grassroots level. Coming to the conclusion, all these studies have proved the importance of pro-circular change model and the importance of community participation in the journey towards a circular economy. Thank you.
You know, our next speaker is Dr. Lalija Vinke, Research Associate, Inter-University Center for Alternative Economics, University of Kerala, presenting her paper titled Collective Responsibility and Sustainability, Sustainable Management of Water Resources, a study on rainwater harvesting in India, in Kerala. She did her graduation, post-graduation, MPhil, PhD, and postdoctoral fellowship in economics from the University of Kerala. She is known for her paper presentations, and she's having 8 international and 4 national seminar paper presentations. We welcome you, ma'am.
Respected Chair, Professor Andaman, my principal teacher, and my peers, a warm good morning to all. And my topic is Collective Responsibility and Sustainable Management of Water Resources, a study on rainwater harvesting in Kerala. We all know that the water resources in Kerala are characterized by both abundance and scarcity. Kerala has abundant water resources, but it faces severe water scarcity during the summer season. Then acute drinking water scarcity is common in many parts of the state, and this situation is likely to happen in coming years also. And this calls for sustainable management of water as a scarce natural resource during these water plenty days and its judicious use during the dry periods. This is where rainwater harvesting proves to be one of the sustainable ways to conserve water. Kerala is considered to be a water surplus state. The irony is that the state regularly faces acute water scarcity in summer months. Much of this can be attributed to poor water management practices and limited water conservation measures. In Kerala, there are good opportunities for rainwater harvesting because it is blessed with 2 rainy seasons, and we have also summer showers. And rainwater harvesting as a water conservation measure needs to be popularized by the state as a means of involving the public in effective water management. Then water resource management. Water resource management is a very important issue from several angles, such as development of water bodies for future, protection of available water bodies from pollution and overexploitation, and to prevent disputes. And it is the process of planning, developing, and managing water resources in terms of both quantity and quality across all water users. Water resource management includes the institutions, infrastructure, incentives, and information systems that support and guide water management. A reliance on physical solutions continue to dominate traditional planning approaches, but these solutions are facing increasing oppositions. At the same time, new methods are being developed to meet the demand for growing populations. And more water suppliers and planning agencies are beginning to shift their focus and explore efficiency improvements, implement an option for managing demand, and reallocate water among users to reduce projected gaps and meet future needs. Water resource management and development has taken many different forms and directions since the dawn of civilization across the world. And humans have sought different ways of capturing, storing, and redirecting the fresh water resources in efforts to reduce their vulnerability to unpredictable rainfalls and irregular monsoons. And access to safe drinking water is the right of every person, and it is a part of the right to life. With the rising population and increasing demand for water from all the sectors, there occurs scarcity and competition for water, even in countries having abundant water resources. So to overcome these problems, many regions of the world have started encouraging rainwater harvesting practices. And when water resources are scarce, they must be conserved and its availability is augmented by the minimization of losses and the maximization of retention. For this, watershed management practices like rehabilitation of existing water resources like ponds, tanks, dams, etc., and construction of check dams and rainwater harvesting practices need to be promoted. Water resource management as a collective action. A collective action is all about encouraging individuals to undertake cooperation, collective effort and responsibility, and reciprocal assistance based on mutual interest and the expectation of mutual benefits. Collective action is necessary for the sustainable management of water resources for agricultural development and change in quality of life, as many aspects of the development venture require coordination between neighbors and among members of communities. And when coming to sustainable water resource management, it is the management of water resources by considering the needs of the present and future generation also. And it is a process of stimulating the management of land, water, and water-related resources to maximize the economic and social welfare in an equitable way without affecting the sustainability of the ecosystem. Sustainable water resource management has its origin from the concept of sustainable development, and the term appeared on the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development. And the World Water Forum held in Morocco has identified the importance of giving water awareness to the public as well as politicians. And when coming to rainwater harvesting, we all know rain is the primary source of water which feeds all the secondary sources of water. And rainwater harvesting is referred to as the collection and storage of rainwater for the direct use or recharge into the groundwater. And the purpose of rainwater harvesting is to make full use of rainwater at the places where it falls. It is more suitable where there is acute water shortage, water resources are scarce or contaminated, and where there is terrain is rugged or mountainous. Rainwater harvesting as a sustainable water management technique. At the 2000 World Water Forum held in Hague, rainwater management was added to the agenda after the presentation of case studies by different countries. At this forum, rainwater harvesting was included as a solution to environmental degradation and poverty. Also in the year 1999, the International Environmental Technology Center of the United Nations Environment Program has featured it as a sustainable drainage system, and the focus was given to the attainment of water security through the effective use of existing water resources to evade the problems associated with the supply of water. Rainwater harvesting is a technique which is used for collecting and storing rainwater from the rooftops, land surfaces, rock catchments, etc. by using simple storage systems like tanks, ponds, or more intricate options like check dams, etc. And it is considered as an alternative source to the public, which can be used for non-potable water uses in the houses, institutions, gardens, etc. And it has been introduced as a part of an integrated water supply system where other water supplies are unreliable or water sources dried up. And we have different methods of rainwater harvesting like rooftop rainwater harvesting and groundwater recharging techniques like well recharging, recharging of ponds, recharge pits, check dams, etc. And when coming to rooftop rainwater harvesting, it is the collection of rain that falls on the rooftop and stored it in tanks for the domestic uses, especially for drinking and cooking. Then need for rainwater harvesting in Kerala, or the rationale for rainwater harvesting in Kerala. We all know Kerala has abundant water resources, blessed with 2 monsoons, 44 rivers. But it faces severe water scarcity during the summer season. Acute drinking water scarcity is common in many parts of the state. And at the same time, the water resources in Kerala are characterized by both abundance and scarcity. And this is where rainwater harvesting proves to be one of the efficient ways to conserve water in Kerala. When coming to water resource in Kerala, Kerala has also surface water resources like rivers, lakes, canals, and ponds, and groundwater sources. And also we have 2 monsoons, southwest monsoon, northeast monsoon, and we have also received summer showers. And when coming to household access to safe drinking water, safe drinking water is defined as water that does not cause any problems to health over the period of its consumption. When we look into the drinking water status of Kerala, it has not covered the entire households in Kerala, And its rank is only 28 in terms of accessibility of safe drinking water. When compared to other neighboring states, it is 4 below them. And when coming to improved sources of drinking water, improved sources of drinking water can be defined as any water source by the nature of its construction through the active involvement and is possible to be protected from pollution, mainly from fecal contamination. And when we come to Kerala's data, in Kerala, only 29.5% of rural households had improved sources of drinking water, and in urban areas, it is only 56.8. And in terms of improved water sources, Kerala lags behind the other neighboring states and the national average. And when coming to quality of drinking water in Kerala, Kerala's performance in water quality management is very poor, and it has the highest number of contaminated water sources. And in terms of quality of water, it is found that water sources in the state is highly contaminated and thereby spreading of waterborne diseases shown an increasing trend. And the causes of water crisis in Kerala are, most of the water resources in Kerala are rain dependent, and we have smaller catchment rivers and natural setting of Kerala, deforestation, reclamation of paddy fields, mining of hill sand mining, urbanization, saltwater intrusion. And when we look into the per capita water availability in Kerala, the data shows that the per capita water availability of the state is showing a downward trend, which exhibits the possibility of severe water crisis in future also. We all know the population in Kerala is increasing, but the per capita water availability in Kerala is in a decreasing trend. And the situation of groundwater table in Kerala shows that annual groundwater availability in Kerala is in a declining state. And if this current trend prevails by the year 2050, the groundwater availability will decline to 3,451 million cubic meters. And the rainwater harvesting initiatives in Kerala. In Kerala, the years 1983, 87, 2004, and 2007 witnessed severe droughts. And the Kerala society began to realize the fact that the water abundance in Kerala is more a myth than a reality in Kerala. Then the government of Kerala woke up the situation and launched a campaign for rainwater harvesting, and many projects and programs were initiated for promoting rainwater harvesting in Kerala. And since the year 2004, the roof water rainwater harvesting system has been made mandatory for the new houses falling under municipalities, corporations, and special grade panchayats in state. And in the year 2003, Varsha, that is the homestead rainwater harvesting scheme, was inaugurated in Kerala, and it is a scheme for scientific collection, treatment, and the storage of rainwater from the rooftops of drinking and cooking purposes. And its main focus is on low-income families. And the Rain Center, functioning as part of KRWSA, was constituted in the year 2004 to promote these rainwater harvesting systems in the state. And Jalanidhi, which is a World Bank approved project implemented by Kerala Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Agency, and to assist the government of Kerala in improving the delivery of rural water supply. And other themes which are prevalent in India, in Kerala for rainwater harvesting are Mazhappolima, Mazhattavalam, etc. And when coming to the process of selection of Grama Panchayat or institutions for rainwater harvesting program, the project area for implementation under state plan scheme is identified as Grama Panchayats, where there is acute shortage of drinking water. And these Grama Panchayats categorized under highland and lowland areas are always most deserving and suitable for adapting this program and solving drinking water scarcity. And similarly, many institutions with a demand for large quantity of water have envisaged interest in establishing rainwater harvesting units as an additional source of drinking water in Kerala. And the program is implemented on a cost sharing basis. The cost sharing pattern that is followed for the construction is for individual households. The beneficiaries belonging to PPL category shall have to contribute 5% of the total unit cost, and the families belonging to APL category should contribute 10% of the total unit cost. The heavy floods and landslides have occurred during 2 years back, have destroyed all the water bodies, including the individual household wells, which led to the shortage of drinking water in flood hit areas. Thus, the water quality issues raised out, it resulted to create shortage of drinking water. And the concerned Grama Panchayat households took initiatives to share the water with the families that had shortage of drinking water. Then coming to implementation arrangements of rainwater harvesting system, the community-based demand-driven rainwater harvesting program shall be implemented in most deserving and low water supply coverage Grama Panchayats, and the beneficiaries of the program shall be identified and selected by the Grama Panchayat that are selected for the program. And coming to the sustainability of domestic route of rainwater harvesting in Kerala, for the study, I have selected 300 rainwater harvesting tanks, and which was built under Varsha and Varsha scheme. And for the present study, 300 households that are actively using this system were selected from the available beneficiary list. And sample households are distributed across 5 districts in Kerala, such as Ernakulam, Idukki, Alappuzha, Thiruvananthapuram, and Kottayam, which is spreading across the 3 geographical areas of Kerala. Sustainability assessment. A water supply system will be sustainable only if it promotes efficiencies in both the supply and demand sides. Initiatives to meet the demand for water supply will be sustainable if they prioritize measures to avoid water waste. Then it involves a sequence of combined actions and not isolated strategies. The sustainability of rainwater harvesting system was assessed based on 4 monitoring dimensions, that is technical, socio-environmental, financial, and institutional. These are the 4 dimensions taken for the assessment of sustainability of rainwater harvesting system. And core factors were identified under these 4 dimensions. Each sustainability dimension is significantly governed by many parameters, and each of the sustainability dimensions have been rated equally, as they all have a similar level of potentiality and significance. Each core factor under each sustainability dimension includes various sub-factors also. Each sub-factor is further given weightage based on the field findings and participatory discussions with the users. A rainwater harvesting system thus was ranked as either sustained or sustained but at risk or not sustained projects. When coming to the technical dimensions of rainwater harvesting sustainability, 5 factors were taken: quantity of water available, accessibility of water, quality of water, reliability of the system, and physical status of the rainwater harvesting. And the concerned scores derived for each core factors are 4.52 for the quantity of water available, and 4.6 for accessibility of water, 4.55 for quality of water, and 4.46 for reliability of the system, and 4.37 for the physical status of the system. And when coming to socio-environmental dimensions of rainwater harvesting sustainability, the scores obtained are 4.32 for water facility to the families, and 4.43 for the reduction of burden of fetching water, 4.38 for gender and social inclusion in the program, and 4.41 for the environmental aspects of rainwater harvesting system, and 4.44 for improved health status. And when coming to economic dimensions of rainwater harvesting sustainability, the scores obtained are 4.29 for construction cost, 4.81 for maintenance cost, 4.79 for financial support from authorities, and 1.80 for maintenance support. And when coming to institutional dimensions of sustainability, the scores are very low. The score obtained for well-functioned users committee is 1.03, and 1 for well-functioned review committee, and 1 for availability of loans for the project implementation, and 3.73 for well-functioned coordinating committees. When coming to the ranking of sustainability of rainwater harvesting system, according to Water Aid, if the score is above 70%, that project is considered as sustained. And if the score is between 30% and 70%, the project is considered as sustained but at risk. And if it is less than 30%, that is considered as not sustained. This is the overall sustainability scores derived. And for the technical dimension, the percentage obtained is 90.04. And for the socio-environmental dimension, it is 87.91. And for the economic dimension, it is 78.47. And for the institutional, it is only 34%. That is, this is the scores obtained for the 4 dimensions of rainwater harvesting sustainability. When we come into cross-sectional analysis of levels of sustainability, out of the total 300 respondents or projects, 217 are found to be sustained, and the remaining 83 are found to be sustained but at risk. And when coming to district-wise data, in district Ernakulam, 44 are found to be sustained, 56 are found to be sustained but at risk. And in Alappuzha, it is 59 and 9 respectively. In Idukki, it is 82 and 18. Thiruvananthapuram, all the projects which are taken for the study are found to be sustained. And in Kottayam also, it is all the projects are found to be sustained. And when coming to the location-wise analysis in the rural areas, out of the 143 units, 112 are found to be sustained and the rest are found to be sustained but at risk. In urban areas, 105 are found to be sustained and the rest are found to be sustained but at risk. When coming to geographical area-wise analysis, in highland, 82 units are found to be sustained and the rest are found to be sustained but at risk. In midland areas, 63 units are found to be sustained and the rest are found to be sustained but at risk. In lowland, it is 72 and 28 respectively. Then I'm going to conclude my presentation. Sustainable rainwater harvesting system will help to fight the water supply issue. For the sustainability of rainwater harvesting system, there must be a strong users committee, existing revolving fund in the community, strong operation and maintenance plan with fund, active people's participation, and the stakeholder must build their capacity at regular intervals so that their capacity can be used in the project for its further development. And the system must meet the entire dimensions of the sustainability. And the above results indicate that rainwater harvesting project in Kerala is in sustained category project with reference to sustainability figures as prescribed by WaterAid. And in order to be a sustained project, the project must obtain equal to or more than 70% score in all sustainability dimensions individually. But in this case, institutional dimension of sustainability draw the project at risk from sustainable point of view. However, the technical, social environment, and economic dimensions have proved to be strong. And in Kerala, local people have taken rainwater harvesting as their inherent culture, which itself shows high social and environmental acceptance for the system. It is now very clear from the above results that an urgent step towards the improvement of institutional aspects of the projects is needed. So, save rainwater, save environment, and save life. So, thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for that thought-provoking presentation. I now welcome Mr. Mahin Kannum M, PhD scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, to present this paper titled Econometrics of Social Interactions, a Critic. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm standing here to present a paper on the topic Econometrics of Social Interactions, a Critique. It is a conceptual paper which tries to understand the econometric models that have been used in the study of social interactions. Okay, so in economics, we often talk about the rational consumer whose behavior is independent of others. But now the way we look at things has changed. We started looking at the behavior of individuals, the choices they make as an individual and as a social animal. We started internalizing the externalities. In this respect, when determining the decision of one individual, it is necessary to include all other social factors which can influence one's decision. So in which you can see an image of social interaction. So we are a social animal. So we are consider that person standing in the middle of that image, that ourselves, and our thoughts and beliefs, etc., are influenced by other persons in our society. Okay, and social interactions. Dorloff and Ionitz defines the social interactions as, by social interactions, we refer to interdependences among individuals in which the preferences, beliefs, and constraints faced by one person are directly influenced by the characteristics and choices of others. We emphasize the word directly, as these interactions do not occur because of interdependence due to prices, as occurs in Arrow-Debreu world. In fact, social interactions often represent externalities. So coming to the social interactions models, here is a model, discrete choice models. Okay, so when one person makes choices, he considers what choices are other persons are making. Okay, so consider the population I and an individual, the capital letter I, and the an observation or an individual as small letter I, and the choices, and his choice is L from a set of choices. Okay, and it gives, when we choose something, it gives us some utility, and the utility is measured by V. Okay, so VIL is the choice, is the what utility get by the person I choosing an option L. Okay, and it is a sum of three components, that is private deterministic utility, deterministic social utility, and random individual term. So the first part, HIL, is the private deterministic utility, which is independent of others. The first term is his own choice. The choice he make is independent of others. And the second term, that is sigma is equal to 1 to L of sigma j is not equal to I to I, j I j L s into the probability of j comma s given I raised to e. That term shows the deterministic social utility. That is, I, the person I makes choice L, given that the person J makes a choice S. So each choice that a person makes depends on the choices of others. Okay, so and the third term is the random individual term. And econometric models of social interactions, classical identification issues. So it helps to identify social interactions in various empirical contexts. Variations of the classical identification. So when we try to find out try to identify the social interactions in various empirical contexts, this leads to variations of the classical identification problem of simultaneous equations systems. So it helps to study both social influence on behavior and social influences. There are two main classes of econometric models. They are linear models of social interactions and discrete choice models. The discrete choice models that we have discussed earlier. Okay, so the first one is linear models of social interactions. The linear model given here, y is equal to alpha 0 plus alpha xi plus theta sigma g of phi plus beta m g of phi plus ei. Here yi is the outcomes for the model, and xi is the individual level characteristics, and zg of I group level characteristics. That z is the characteristics of the group g of I. Okay, so g of I is the group in which the person I belongs to. Okay, and m g of I is equal to expected average choice in g of I. So applying expectations to both sides, we get these simplified versions where we can measure the expected average choice in g of I. Okay, so this model can be used to analyze various situations, and one example is the effects of school and classroom peers, which have been conducted by Lavie et al. In 2008. They found that a proportion of low achieving peers in a classroom has a negative effect on the performance of regular students. There may be in a classroom, we all know that there are students who have high achievements than some others, but the behavior of low achieving students can negatively affect the high achieving peers. Okay, so in such kind of situations, we can use the linear in means model to find out their behavior or to assess their behavior. Okay, and here comes the reflection problem. The reflection problem occurs when the identification failures due to interdependence. It arises when there is a failure of identification due to interdependence. So it was the failure of identification problem was termed the reflection problem by Mansky in 1993, and it occurs when there is a linear dependence between regressors. Okay, so but still multicollinearity can be a problem in models such as given here. We have two models here. That is yi is equal to alpha 0 plus alpha xi plus theta sigma g of I plus beta mu into mg of I plus ei, and yit is equal to alpha 0 plus alpha xi plus theta zg of I comma t plus beta mg of I comma t minus 1 plus eit. Then in the second equation, the time enters in. So multicollinearity can still be a problem in these models, even if linear dependence holds, so that the parameters are highly imprecise. Okay, and there are variance-based approaches. Okay, that is, endogenous social interactions help amplify differences in the average group behavior, which has been used as another route for identification. It is a variation from the this kind of variation of a linear in means model. Okay, so for this, one of the variance-based approaches was developed by Glaser. He used a social multiplier to study the social interactions in 1996. So it is useful when individual data are hard to obtain, as in the case of crime data. So in his data, he found, in his study, he found that he and his co-workers found that smaller group interactions leads to more serious crimes. Okay, so here we can see an example. In the first picture, you can see a lonely man. So which I used to represent the person who rarely interact with the society. Okay, so here when a person is so isolated, he may have a tendency to attempt for a crime. And when it comes to the others, those who are very social, they have a less tendency to attempt for a crime. Okay, so these behaviors can be measured through these econometric models. Okay, so actually they motivate Glaser et al. They motivate their study of crime and social interactions by the extraordinary variation in the incidence of crime across US metropolitan areas over and above differences in fundamentals. They used variances to conduct their study. They used variances in economic models to conduct their study. And they found that they use the idea that the convergence of sample means is slowed down by social interactions. Slowed down by social interactions as a basis for addressing whether crossing differences in crime rates are large once one has controlled for some city-wide characteristics. Okay, so this is one among the models. So this is what they have used it to analyze the social interaction. So regression across individuals can be represented by the equation YIG is equal to K plus pi XI plus what the error term. The regression across group level averages. The group level average is represented by the second equation. So they compute the social multiplier by comparing the coefficient vector, and the social multiplier here is the pi, and they compare these two pi's to make decisions. Okay, and as we have already discussed what discrete choice model of social interactions is, and these have been applied to wide range of contexts. It is more frequently used. It is more frequently used than linear in-means model, and a number of variations of baseline discrete choice models have been studied. Okay. Okay. And here are some observations on these models. Econometric models are widely used to deal with social interactions. Among the two classes of econometric models, discrete choice models have been used more frequently. Although these models speak about more social interactions, the scope for finding economic implications in these models is very limited. Empirical evidence for social interactions is not decisive. Moreover, interactions within each group and among each group are different. Therefore, more sophisticated econometric models have to be established. And here is my conclusion. Although the area is new, a considerable number of literature are there. The models discussed are the excellent works of some authors or researchers. They have interesting characteristics and usage. Some have used these models to conduct important experiments, but still more experiments are yet to be conducted, especially to find out the economic implications of social interactions in situations when solidarity has a crucial role to play. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to the final presentation of this session, I now welcome Vichita S. Vijayan, second year MA Economics student, University of Kerala, and Shivan Y, alumnus, Department of Economics, Government College Artingal, for their joint paper presentation on social and solidarity economy and challenges of sustainable development. Now it's your turn, please.
Okay. Good morning all and all dear my friends. I'm here to present the topic social and solidarity economy. And the planet has limited resources. And the world and the people are changing. So there need a we can see that from the recent political and economic development, there is an imperfection in that. So there arises a need for new perspective. We need to look our economy in a new perspective way. That is increasing the human well-being. Or alternative environmental approach. The social and solidarity economy can help to rebalance the goal of the economy, society, and the environment. Our previous development agenda did not place enough focus on SSE. The SSE has a lot of promise for accomplishing the idea of sustainable development, social, economic, social, and environmental goals. So, statement of the problem. The business as usually is widely recognized to be insufficient to handle the most pressing modern development concern. Recent food and financial crisis, climate changes, poverty, and rising inequality have caused a fundamental re-examination of traditional growth and development ideas. Our aim of the study. First one is that to examine whether there is a relation between SSE and the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal. And the second is that examine and evaluate various SSE experience all over the world. And third, to give a recommendation for future action drawn from the study. These three are the main aim of this paper. And methodology. This study is descriptive in nature based on a secondary data. The concept of social and solidarity economy. As defined by United Nations Interagency Task Force on Social and Solidarity Economy, SSE refers to the production of goods and services by a broad range of organizations and enterprise that have explicit social and open environmental objective and are guided by the principle and the practice of cooperation, solidarity, equity, and demographic self-management. Social protection and equality are centered to build these forms of economy. So here arises the question, what is the need for SSE? The SSE movement that is growing worldwide is attempt to assert social control over the economy by prioritizing social objective over profit maximization. The SSE has 5 important dimensions which may be used for assessing existing model. Number 1, social responsible government. Number 2, edifying values. And 3, product and service for social development. And number 4, environmental conservation measures. And 5, economic sustainability. So first, we are going to analyze, is there a link with sustainable development goal? That is our main aim of this project, paper. Sustainable Development Goals and 2013 Agenda for Sustainable Development represent a reaffirmment goal commitment, a global commitment to achieving not only elimination of poverty and hunger, but also elimination of inequality, the improvement of environmental sustainability, and the universal social protection. All of these goals call for a significant adjustment to the way our economies run. It is essential to consider alternative development approach and newly emerging economic model that may be optimized for sustainable and inclusion. If we are to accomplish the transformative vision of 2013 Agenda, SSE can promote inclusive and sustainable development through practice, social, institution, and technological innovation and practice, and so play a significant role in the implementation of 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development Goal. Next comes the experience of SSE. This is our second aim of this project, paper. For that, I invite Shibin for presenting the rest of the paper.
Thank you, Vijita. as far we discussed about the relationship between SSC and Sustainable Development Goals. Experience has taught us that SSC organizations and enterprises often provide members and users with indispensable economic and social services and employment opportunities in ways that are more effective and efficient than conventional public and private sector entities. The importance of SSC in relation to the 2030 agenda derives from the multiple roles that SSCs can play in fostering patterns of development that are inclusive, fair, and sustainable. Indeed, SSC can play an important role in various forms of economy that economics have recently color-coded as green, purple, orange, and blue economies. SSC has mistakenly been underappreciated as a public policy priority for a long period of time and has been viewed as a fringe character on the development stage. This is partially a result of the huge volume of small businesses and other informal sector entities, making it challenging to measure SSC. However, a fuller picture of the scope of distinct SSC types, their actions and repercussions in the numerous nations and regions, as well as globally, is starting to take shape. The extent to which SSCs can affect vital areas of all well-being and livelihood related to access to employment and social and financial services is demonstrated by examples from throughout the world. Now we are going to discuss various experience from around the world. Credit unions report a membership base of 375 million people in 118 countries. In the World Council of Credit Unions represents 86,400 savings and credit cooperatives who have accumulated US $3.2 trillion assets. Next one, some 922 million members or policyholders were served by mutual or cooperative insurance companies in 2007, and the sector employed nearly 1.16 million people. Next, an estimated 1 billion individuals participate in the cooperatives as employees, service providers, and consumers. That is 10% of the world working population is reportedly employed by corporates or businesses that directly support. Nearly US $2.2 trillion in revenue was recorded by the top 300 in the year 2019. So now we can move on to regional experiences where SSC became a vital factor in changing the condition of the economy. One successful SSC story is that of Cooperative of Cooperatives. The Federation of People's Sustainable Development Cooperatives, a cooperative composed of cooperatives from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, registered by 21 founding members with the Cooperative Development Authority in 1998. This institution had an initial share capital of 5 million. It has now grown into multi-million enterprise and has benefited thousands of members and families throughout the years. So next one, in the United Kingdom, a transition town is a grassroots community project that seeks to build local resilience in response to climate change and resource scarcity. This movement started in 2006, and by 2012, there were 353 transition towns across the UK and 898 internationally. But transition towns face capacity and resource constraints that inhibit them from engaging effectively with local government, participating in wider networks, or accessing funding. So next one, a community initiative to promote economic and social revival in the southwest of Montreal in the mid-1980s spread to industrial districts of Montreal, and within 10 years was recognized by the city of Montreal as a local development model. Initially, attention focused on sectors insufficiently covered by the public and private sectors: housing, daycare services, legal aid, and socio-professional integration. It was later extended to tourism, leisure, and environment. As a result, SSC and community organization meet the various needs of the city residents. By 2008, some 550 SSC organizations had recorded more than $425 million in sales and provide 6,000 people with jobs. from this, we must understand that 6% of all jobs in Montreal is contributed by this particular SSC reform. So next one. In organization and federations of people living in informal settlements in 33 countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America are part of Slum or Shack Dwellers International, which exists as a global platform for impacting on the global agenda for urban development. StreetNet International Alliance is an umbrella organization with over 45 membership-based organization, which includes unions, cooperatives, and associations comprising street vendors, market vendors, and hawkers. Those networks are mainly based in Africa, Latin America, and Asia, but also in Europe and in United States. StreetNet aims at promoting knowledge exchange, organizational best practices, and advocacy strategies. So we can see other classic examples of SSC's practical implementation in Brazil, in which some 5 lakh people are working in waste management and recycling, while most of the individual waste pickers in informal jobs. 60,000 waste collectors are organized in cooperatives or association and work in formal employment. Their incomes are more than twice that of individual waste pickers. So there is another example from Bolivian city, experienced soaring population growth in the 1970s, leading to increased demand for efficient water service. In 1979, the national government approved the request of the Autonomous Water Board to become a cooperative. Since then, it became largest urban water cooperative in the world, with nearly 1,83,000 water connections serving 1.2 million people out of a total population of 1.6 million. So we can so many examples of implementation of SSC all over the world. So from all these, we can conclude that SSC is seen as a viable road to sustainable development due to its inherent experience in the resolving and interlinkages between social and economic goals, whether in assuring alignment or addressing trade-offs. SSC organizations face additional restraints and fewer resources in largely capitalist environment. In the face of numerous problems, they draw on rich ideologies and value systems to motivate and explain their activities. In this context, government should implement policies and laws that are beneficial to the SSC, not only to make their operations easier, but also to recognize that these actors are going above and beyond for society. Legal mechanisms followed by evaluation of systems and market incentives for SSC would help to strengthen the sector significantly. However, because of the fact that SSC is not isolated from the rest of the economy, they will constantly compete on an uneven playing field. This necessitates a critical analysis of the current economic system and its concentration on profit accumulation. Sometimes at the expense of societal and environmental well-being. A longer-term approach would be established policies that will rule the game to reflect the SSC's vision of more inclusive and sustainable future. So till now, we discussed about various practical experience from all over the world. So based on this, we can conclude that so from the experience that we discussed from around the world, we can see that the implementation of SSC is not at all at the optimal level. So based on this study, we are suggesting some recommendation for building various macro and micro strategies to develop the condition of SSC in introducing a new development agenda. So first of all, there must be policy work on local, regional, and national and international levels to increase the implementation of SSC. Along with that, building and strengthening SSC networks, Strengthening local, national, and continental and international SSC networks is critical to support the practices on the ground. Using the tools of research, policy work, and advocacy, we need an active leadership that networks the initiatives in territories around the values of SSC. We also need advocacy. This work includes organizing and publishing for policies, legal statutes, and various other types of support for the SSC. Raising visibility. Raising visibility is one of the important criteria that we must give focus. So in that context, we must improve or advocate education and communication in this world. For example, this particular program is, this seminar is a classic example of raising validity of the concept of SSC. So along with that, communication, which includes articles, books, video, media coverage, and social media, are important ways of raising awareness about the SSC. So governments need to prioritize recognizing SSC's importance in the development program. So along with that, the role of NGOs must be promoted. SSC recognizes the effectiveness of NGO-run community development programs, provided that they are effectively participatory. Mechanisms should be put in the place that communicates the civil society organization can actively participate in programs. SSC initiative must have full autonomy and recognition. Not the least, taking action on the international level. We can see various initiatives taken by UN to implement and promote SSC at an international level. International financial institutions and intergovernmental organizations need to do more to promote SSC. Intergovernmental organizations appear to be paying more attention to SSC as seen by an increase in the number of reports, conferences, and multi-stakeholder discussions. For instance, the United Nations have approved 3-year action plan, including projects to support the work of international networks and intergovernment organizations to create and exchange information about SSC and the Sustainable Development Goals, and to create strategic interventions. So moving on to the conclusion, social and solidarity economy has potentially addressed implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, important role to play in reorienting economies and societies towards greater social and ecological sustainability. Its principles and practices aim to reintroduce values of justice, humanize the economy, and contribute innovative solutions that are grounded in people's agency. As such, it is crucial that it is factored into discussions on the means of implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. Scaling up SSC and realizing its transformative potential requires a range of supportive public policies at different levels, effective participation, innovative forms of financing, as well as learning from and adjusting implementation of various experience on the basis of research, monitoring, and evaluation. So till now, we detailedly explained and discussed about various implications of SSC. So in this particular paper, we are trying to explain the effectiveness of SSC in international level and how we must improve this condition and make it into the ground level. Thank you.
Thank you for your relevant study. Now the floor is open for questions and queries regarding the presentations held. We appreciate questions both online and offline. Now I invite our Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Anita B, to make concluding remarks. Please.
So first of all, congratulations to the 6 paper presenters. They have discussed the links between social and solidarity economy and ecological sustainability with the support of concepts, theoretical approaches, and the empirical works. And I think the 3 takeaways from the 6 presentations are we should strengthen the social and solidarity economy in the context of waste management. And the 2 papers associated with that are
the circular economy framework, and the second one is related to the eco carry bag. And the second takeaway is we can use or we can strengthen the social and solidarity economy or the community participation for the sustainable water resource management, particularly rainwater harvesting. And the third one is related to purely methodological aspects, that is discrete choice model to strengthen the establishment of or to concretize the social attitude or the social need, to analyze the social need. And finally, we should strengthen this community participation for the sustainable development. Now, moving on to the questions or the suggestions regarding the papers or each paper. First one is related to the paper by Ajay. Ajay, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay. So, see, the paper is very relevant, and it captured the transdisciplinary approach, and I appreciate that approach. And you have calculated the economic benefit of introducing this particular bag. And as a transdisciplinary approach, we should hear from you the degree of the reduction in the unwanted chemicals. Maybe if you implemented this bag, at what level we can reduce the unwanted chemicals from other type of bags, or by introducing this particular method. And the second, my doubt is that you have mentioned that there is no practical method or machinery now existing regarding the production of this type of bag, but at the same time you have calculated the economic benefit. So without based on an imaginary situation, or I don't know whether it is an imaginary situation or not, how you develop the economic benefit, or in terms of money values, how you calculated that one. So this is, please keep the question. I will move on to the second paper. So the second paper is related to the community participation. To how we can strengthen the community participation through the theory of recent action. So there are subjective norms and the transformation or the transactions of norms or principle from one person to another persons. And there are different components in this, the theoretical perspective or the theory of recent action. So my question here is to in which aspects or in which context we should specify or we should give more importance to which area to strengthen the social and solidarity economy theoretically. And regarding the Lalija's work, it's very important and relevant work. And you have concluded that the institutional aspect is very weak in the context of the different sustainable dimensions or the dimensions related to the sustainability. And while my experience is in the context of rainwater harvesting is that when we go through, I accept the institutional aspect. But the point here is that the question here is that how we can strengthen the institutional aspects. See, why I am saying when we analyze the awareness aspects or the awareness status or the level of each individual or the households, we experience that in all over Kerala, we can see that almost all people are aware about the rainwater, the importance of rainwater harvesting and how it is harvested, they are aware. But when the knowledge, we move to the practice level, we can see that there is a huge gap between the knowledge and the practice. So that is due to the lack of institutional framework or to the weak in the institutional aspects. The question here is that how we can strengthen that institutional aspects. Then coming to the discrete choice, so the econometrics of social interaction. See, as far as my knowledge, the discrete choice model is a very popular and widely accepted model to capture the social choice, particularly in the context of environmental related improvements. If we want to change a particular environment based on the social needs, we can widely use the discrete choice model. But the point here is that the discrete choice model is also come under the category of econometric models. So rather than giving the econometrics of social interaction critique, I think it would be better to give the title like discrete choice model for social interaction, or the relevance of discrete choice models to strengthen the social interaction. The other point is that while we implementing this type of discrete choice model to know the social importance of a particular project or something like that, we experience that there also arise some form of the critique you have developed in the context of econometric model. The same, see, in the context of for example, like the voting system. See, there are advantages related to voting system. At the same time, a number of problems associated to voting system. The voting system also, we can influence one person to another person. The same way, the discrete choice model, we maybe in the context of private individuals option or social option, we can influence that through questionnaire as well as through the peer group interaction. So my suggestion is that it's a very good method compared to other methods and widely practiced. So try to find out the elements to strengthen this discrete choice model to scale up the social and solidarity economy or the community participation. So how we can strengthen this discrete choice model by using the drawback of econometric models and other models. That's my, I don't know, I am not experienced in that way. So that's my suggestion regarding that one. And the final one, okay, we should scale up. I didn't get the idea regarding how we can scale up, but I appreciated the intervention. We need to scale up the community participation to achieve the Sustainable Development 2030. So with these words, thank you all once again. Okay. So now the session is open for discussion. Ajay, please, sir, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
So can I continue? So the first question asked by ma'am was a percentage of chemical reduction. How can we calculate it? So if you talk about chemical reduction, basically plastic is a chemical. It is, technically speaking, it is a polymer which cannot be degradable with the actions of any microorganism. People are finding solution for that. So the main problem with plastic is if you put it in soil, it take almost like 500-400 years to get degraded. So plastic itself is harmful. When you want to replace plastic with some other thing, it is very difficult. So you cannot completely avoid plastic, technically speaking, but if you are avoiding these kind of carry bags, you can avoid much plastics, because if you talk about plastics which are used in mobile phones and electronic items, for example, television and everything, these are recyclable. So in one way or other, we are recycling it. So it will not cause much pollution to the soil or anything. But if you talk about day-to-day usage plastics like carry bags, we are not recycling it. We are just buying something and we are just throwing it in the dustbin or environment, which usually contaminate the land and it will cause the soil pollution. So we need to replace that item, plastic bags, from with the help of some other alternatives. And here I have explained about eco carry bags made from archicatu, parts of that plant. So the degree of thing is completely when you replace plastic bags with these kind of things, you can reduce. I haven't no idea how to calculate the percentage, but you can, as an engineer, I can clearly say it effectively it can reduce, because these bags are you can use it for long purposes. Like for example, if you buy this kind of architecture bark bags, you can use it for almost, from my calculation, 1 month, one bag. So you can use it for buying vegetables and you can use it for day-to-day usage. If you are taking care of it, it may extend more than. So probably you are spending, as I have mentioned, 5 rupees or at the maximum based on the size, 10 rupees per bag, and you are spending, if you are using 2 bags 1 month, it is 20 rupees, and at the 1 year it is 120 rupees to spend on eco carry bags. But in the other hand, plastic bags or cotton bags, if you spend, it is 10 rupees or 20 rupees per bag, which cannot hold that much item. And the other thing is, cotton is like is costlier than this architecture, and the manufacturing cost also will differ. So it will be very effective if you use architecture instead of plastic. You can not replace every plastic, but you can reduce it in a significant amount. So I'm not sure about how, because this question is a good question and I need to calculate it, the percentage. So as of now, you can reduce it in a very high degree. And the second question was, how can how I have calculated the profit and everything. I can clearly say that my sister is having a press which creates plates from that architecture plant. So I know how much energy they are spending per plate for the manufacturing of plates. So I have seen that bark and everything. I've touched it and I've used it, and for the past 3 months of working on it, so I know how much dye they have, how much cost they have spent for that dye and everything. So based on that calculation and based on my experience, I have said that this much cost it will take. And based on because I'm good in fabrication work, since I'm an engineer, I'm good in fabrication work, so I know how much cost we require to make that fabrication of that setup, and how much cost it will take for the operation. Since I'm an engineer, I know it very well. And also not only with the engineering knowledge, with the practical knowledge as well, because my sister is having the machine which will produce plates with the help of heat, very similar. So the bark which is converted into plates, here the bark is converted into that U-shaped bend, very similar. So based on that experience and based on the practicality, I have calculated estimated the profit and everything. Apart from that, it is everything is based on experience.
Thank you, sir. I now welcome Sarita ma'am for the response.
Thank you, Anita ma'am, for the patient listening as well as commenting on my paper. Ma'am's question was, in which context we should give more importance to social and solidarity economy from the perspective of my paper. While going through the case studies and looking through the framework of PCCM, what struck me was all these case studies, they are analyzing how much the involvement of community or individuals towards a circular economy, their awareness as well as their active participation. So all these studies have stopped at the level of analyzing or assessing the behavioral intention. No studies have gone to the next level of analyzing the pro-circular values or giving incentive for a positive pro-circular value towards a circular economy. Nothing to say about behavioral change intervention. No studies have been gone that far for a behavioral change intervention. So I think that there is a lot of scope towards a circular economy working through this PCCM. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I welcome Dr. Lalicha ma'am for the response.
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. And the question was about how to strengthen the institutional dimensions of sustainability of rainwater harvesting system. And under institutional dimensions, the aspects are well-functioning users committee and the well-functioning of review or monitoring committee and the well-functioning of coordinating committee. In the case of Kerala, as per the field survey, these committees are weak in its functions, and after the installation of the unit, there were no monitoring committee or monitoring practices from the authorities, and the beneficiaries are not getting the maintenance support or guidance from the authorities. These parts are so weak in Kerala. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we welcome Mahan sir for the schools.
For the suggestions. But the thing is that I was not only explaining about the discrete choice models, but the linear and means models as well. In the literature, they classify, they say that there are two classifications of social econometric models or the econometric models that we can use to study social interactions, and they are linear in models and discrete choice models. That's why I the title like that, the paper like that, that is econometric econometrics of social interactions. And I'll try to and I'll take your valuable suggestions that you said, that find out those variables which is used to used in discrete choice models to analyze the social interactions or the social needs. Yeah, thank you.
Before ending this session, I call upon Nakula Chandran from first year MA Financial Economics to deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable deputies on and of the dais, and my fellow listeners, wish you all a very happy morning. It's my honor to propose vote of thanks first section for the day, Third National Conference on Cooperative Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economics Experience from around the world, Cmase 3.0. To beginning with, I express my gratitude to Honorable Chairperson of the section, Dr. Anita V, Professor of Department, Economics Department, University of Kerala. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to thank our speakers, Sarita S, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, VTMS College, Dhanavasipuram. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to thank Ajay P, Assistant Professor, Arod Sangatur Engineering College, Arod, Tamil Nadu, for giving us online section. Thank you, sir. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Lainaja KV, Research Associate, Inter-University Center for Alternative Economics, University of Kerala. Thank you, ma'am. I extend my sincere thanks to Mahin Kanun M, PhD Research Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Thank you, sir. I also thank Vijita S. Vijayan, second year MA Economics student, University of Kerala, and Shibin Y.A., Aluminum Department of Economics, Government of College, Achingal. Thank you both. I express my deepest sense of gratitude, our conference secretary, Dr. Christopher, and I also thank Dr. Shija, head of the department, along with others who made this event possible. Thank you to all. Thank you.
All had an insightful and informative session. I request all of you to be there for our upcoming sessions too. Thank you so much.
Good morning to everyone gathered here for the 9th session of the 3rd National Conference on Corporations, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economics, Experiences from Around the World. The theme of this session is Knowledge Economy and SSC. First, with immense pleasure, I welcome our respected chairperson, Dr. Priya CA, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Government College, Attingal. He is a postgraduate in economics and management, and also he has a degree in law with first class. He was a member of the 2 working groups of the Kerala State Planning Board for the 30th 5-year plan. He is a recognized research guide in economics, University of Kerala, and a member of the Board of Studies in University of Kerala and Srinarayana Guru Open University, Kollam. He works in his capacity as expert for the School Textbook Writing Committee of SCRT and observer of various exams of CBSE and NTA, including NEET, ICAR, GE. He is also a committee member of the prestigious Indian Economic Association since 2013. Sir, it is truly an honor to have you for chairing this session. So welcome you, sir. Now, I hand over the session to you, sir.
Professor Christabel, Madam, coordinator of the seminar. So here we have 5 presentations by 9 persons. So 4 are online and the remaining 5 offline. So the topic of this session, technical session 9, is a knowledge economy and the SSC. So here it is very apt to discuss here in the present context of Kerala the importance of knowledge economy, because we had a session here just before this session, knowledge economy then, but I didn't see about the knowledge economy, its application in the local level administration, means the local bodies in the administration of local government institutions. So there we have a huge scope and importance in to discuss about the application of the social solidarity economics and the knowledge economy. So I was thinking when I was reading about these abstracts about knowledge economy. So if Srinarayana Guru would have been alive and he has been present, he had been in the present times. Here in the beginning of the 20th century, he said that be enlightened with the knowledge. So now he would have told us, he would have preached, be enlightened with the knowledge and benefit from knowledge economy. So that is the importance of knowledge economy that it has on the development and future and the contemporary situation of Kerala. So that is huge importance. It has its importance in governance, delivering the best to the poor and downtrodden sections. So because of the lack of knowledge and the benefit of knowledge economy, the most deserving is not getting the poor. That is one aspect. There is a huge gap. So in the 18th century and the 17th century, we had a feudalism. So that was very visible, and now it is there. It is invisible. That feudalism is invisible because of the knowledge gap and the benefit from the knowledge economy through governance, through education, lack of research and development. So in all these spheres, this knowledge economy has higher relevance, and the social solidarity economics. So that means it is emerging and it has becoming an alternative. It is what we call market economy, what we call capitalist economy. So that is truly indigenous and deep-rooted and fit into the context of the development of each society and the status of development. So these are its relevance. So it is more researchable. It has contemporary relevance. So I enter into my commitment and the duty assigned on me. It is to invite persons and researchers, presenters, order by order. So we have 2 presenters from St. John's College, Tirunelveli. So I would like to invite them and then followed by Father John Matthew on religious institutions and the social solidarity economy of indigenous Indian church, the headquarters in Tiruvalla, Mattama Church. So I feel I feel I am from a village. We have a vast group of means 4 or 5 Christian denominations. We have the Mattama Church, then we have this Malangara Catholic Church, then we have this Orthodox Church, then Jacobites, all are here in my village. So I am very interested, and I had conducted a study on this, and it was well appreciated by National Commission for Women about the progressive approach of these Syrian churches in the development of women empowerment. So it was well appreciated by the National Commission, its members, retired chief secretaries, and the judges of the Supreme Court. They were fascinated by the approach of indigenous churches, especially this the Syrian church into the development, education, the involvement of women in social life, community life, coming to politics. So church never put any barriers in front, in the middle of their progress. So this is well appreciated, and Father would present very, very nicely, I hope. Then we have a role of social solidarity economics in financial sector, then social solidarity economics in science communication activities, then about a very, very, very good experience. I hope that Aravindo Ashram in Pondicherry. So I welcome all and congratulate all well in advance. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The first speaker of the session is R. Valarmadi, Research Scholar, Department of Economics, St. John's College, Tirunelveli, and Dr. A. Angel Enla, Research Head of the same department and same college. They are presenting the paper named The Housing Sector and the SSC. Welcome you, ma'am.
Good morning, Onata.
Ma'am, can you start your presentation?
Sir, it's audible.
Ma'am, you're audible, ma'am. Can you start with your presentation?
Yes, sir. My screen is not sharing, sir.
Have you put it
My
in
PPT is not
screen
sharing.
share? Please try sharing your screen. You have not started to share your screen. Ma'am, first please take your PPT, and then in Zoom you can find a share screen button. After clicking that, you'll be able to share your screen. You have not started to share your screen now.
Okay, sir.
Are you presenting by phone or by laptop?
Phone, sir.
Okay. Okay, now it's visible. Now it's visible.
Sir, visible?
Yeah, visible, but not this now. Open your PPT, please. Now your home screen is.
Okay. Okay, sir. So screen is visible.
Slides haven't come yet. It's load. Yeah, please put it in slide share view. Okay, now it's ready. Okay.
Okay, sir. Good morning, Onanda. I'm Valarmadi, scholar in Department of Economics in John's College, Palagote. My topic is the housing sector and the social and solidarity economic. The dearth of low-price housing solution followed a subject that has been attracting growing interest on international scale. There has been already a housing affordable disaster prior to the COVID-19 pandemic because of a mixture of several long status factors. House expenses had been growing dramatically and housing price had been increasingly more unaffordable, specifically for renters. Despite such enhancement over time issue with housing satisfactory, additional prestige in a lots of area. This has been supported by a developing frame of literature, data, and different useful proof from a global corporation and establishment. In opposition to this history, the excess explained the contribution of the social and team spirit economic system (SSC) to cheap and respectable housing for all. Scope and definition: defining an appropriate scope of what consists of SSC with the discipline of housing give a few sustainable challenges. It's require a distinction among with kind of entities and sports are taken into consideration to be in scope and out of the scope of the SSC discipline. In terms of the subject work based totally on the running definition of SSC, we consider this a time period contains a wide variety of various criminal systems. The term inexpensive housing is also used to refer to variety of varieties of housing provisions that commonly broader than a social housing. Objectives: to observe the housing area and social area, to analyze the general public interest and public guidance, to study the housing sector issue, to might also awareness on a limited organization of people that on the equal time or user collectively own their houses. Data sources: the data is based on secondary data collected from various reference book websites with focus on various aspects of SSC. Example of SSC in the housing sector: they are sensitive to public hobby even as an identical time, making their personal selection. Next point, they may be sensitive to public law, however, usually bearing their values and mission in mind. They are touched to the market without leading this be conclusive their activities. Their core assignment is to offer less expensive and first-rate housing. Added value. Initial of SSC OES, which give a good enough and expensive housing solution, provides social and monetary balance to resistant the society as a whole. As a decreased housing cost loses up access for families to get admission to other essentially good and services. Secondly, okay, low priced housing can bring out a number of high quality spillovers in different regions. Also, it's very important in the context of the fight against whether trade, greener housing is fundamental to attaining the discount of CO2 emission. And power efficient renovation can offer an efficient reaction to power poverty. Finally, but now not least, the transparent involvement of free radiance and stockholders and freedom to discover innovative answer to complex issue are the same of the important things and added value of SSC housing products that may offer in addition immaterial advantages consisting of growing social concurrent and sense of network at the neighborhood level. Conclusion: the decarbonization of housing is constantly a key precedence and essentially to assembly the dream of the Poor Settlement Associative SDGC. The climate impartial construction and maintenance will need emerge as a brand new norms. Moreover, there may be a developing popularity of the want to accelerate and widen policy effort expend their slim attention for just the building to a more systematic technique. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, we have Father John Matthew, Research Scholar, Department of Political Science, University of Kerala. He will be presenting the paper titled Religious Institutions and the Social Solidarity Economy, a case of the Marthoma Syrian Church in Kerala. He is a priest in the Marthoma Syrian Church since 2011 and he secured his UGC net in 2018. Currently, he is doing her PhD in Department of Political Science, University of Kerala. Welcome you, sir.
respected chair, Krishna, all the co-facilities, the teachers, and all the participants. Firstly, I would like to extend my thanks and gratitude to the committee members of this seminar, especially our principal ma'am and chief. The name of my topic is Religious Institutions and the Social Solidarity Economy, a case of the Marthoma Stranger. The purpose of this paper is as follows: provide an overview of the Church's solidarity activities, its agencies, and to comprehend the significance of religious institutions in the realm of solidarity economy. What is the solidarity economy? It is a democratic value-based alternative economic approach to neoliberal free market ideology and economic democracy. Civil society organizations collaborating to achieve sustainable development. Development from the ground is the important feature of this type of economy. Societal transformations through socio-political, cultural, and environmental consciousness is the core feature of this model. Religious institutions and social solidarity. Religion is a potent cultural resource for fostering social solidarity as well as unifying force that instills self-control and sociability in its followers. It encourages cooperation, mutual aid, love and altruism, as well as justice, social justice and individual worth. Church and solidarity. The Church's socio-ethical teachings and actions have aided economic democratization or the democratization of the economy. In the context of growing capitalism and the fight for justice, the Church has a moral obligation to strengthen solidarity values with other civil society organizations. It has a potential to strengthen the social solidarity economy in its socio-religious space. Christianity is a religion that holds that all people are equal in God's eyes. This promotes the value of equality. The central teachings of Jesus Christ and Christianity is love your neighbor as yourself. In secular term, love your co-citizen as yourself. This is one of the most important core value of democracy. The early church was a movement of solidarity against imperial Rome. The World Council of Churches issued a statement of solidarity with all creations. Statement on just finance and an economy of life calls for an ethical, just and democratic international financial regime based on a shared set of values, honesty, social justice, human dignity, etc. An overview of the Marthoma Syrian Church. The Marthoma Syrian Church is one of Kerala's oldest and smallest Christian communities. According to the community, the church was founded by St. Thomas, one of Jesus Christ's apostles. It has approximately 1.6 million followers worldwide and is headquartered in Tiruvalla, Kerala, India. The missionary movement has redefined the traditional Syrian self since the early 20th century by incorporating Dalits into the Syrian church. Now it is an inclusive, multi-ethnic community. This has given the church a human face and an inclusive face in a caste-ridden society. This would reflect social solidarity values such as human dignity, resistance to an unjust socio-economic system, creative social intervention, and the promotion of commonality. The church-related general informations are presenting here. Parish congregation total 1,239, bishops 9, diocese 13, active clergy 2,947, members 1.56 million, auxiliary organization 6, ashrams 8. Solidarity through liturgical space and teachings. The Marthoma Church has made direct and indirect contribution to the promotion of solidarity economics through its liturgical spaces and social action. The church's liturgical space has been critical in exhorting the members to promote solidarity values such as equality, liberty, and accountability, brotherhood, interdependence, humanitarian intervention, and so on. Liturgical spaces can foster the feeling of empathy and compassion for others. Convention sermons, statements of the metropolitans and bishops and clergies, teachings in sacraments, and also some sacraments and rituals promote the values of solidarity economy. I think you know the Mariamman Convention, one of the biggest convention in the Christian world. This convention and its exhortation have played an important role to the promotion of so many socio-welfare institutions in Marthoma Church. Various agencies of social solidarity activities are conducted by various agencies, church, diocese, local parishes, auxiliary organizations, non-governmental organizations, and charitable trust. Solidarity activities of the Marthoma Church can be divided into 3 categories: charity-based activities, philanthropic-based activities, qualitative social services, and rural economic developmental activities. Charity, medical aid, educational aid, house construction aid, food kit distributions, flood and natural calamities relief activities. Qualitative social services including medical and education institutions. Philanthropic activities, rehabilitation programs, light life and child development centers. Qualitative social services I already mentioned. Rural economic developmental activities, for example, Krishi Vijnana Kendra and collaboration with CARD, Christian Agency for Rural Development, some self-help groups, Trans Farm. This is farm related with the transgenders. They are promoting the production and marketing of value-added products for the promotion of rural economy. Details of education institutions and hospitals, you can check. Philanthropic humanitarian activities, rehabilitation centers for physically and mentally challenged persons, HIV affected persons, aged, sick, sexual workers, etc. Child development projects for children of the economically backward sections. Village improvement programs, Navodaya movement for transgenders, rehabilitation and self-development of the transgenders. I heard mentioning the philanthropic institutions. You can note the details. The role of church in rural development and social solidarity economy. Churches, NGOs like CARD, START and development departments plays a crucial role in this regard, supporting small-scale enterprises and rural production and marketing and promote qualitative productions. Church-based NGOs and developmental agencies. Name of the NGO CARD, Christian Agency for Rural Development, major works, rural development, child development centers, small-scale cottage industries and their promotion, water conservation and environmental programs. Fundings, Christian Agency for Social Action, KNH, Indian Council for Agricultural Research, church members, Light to Life, etc. are the major funding agents of these programs. Beneficiaries, Dalit, tribal, economically backward children, women, etc. are the beneficiaries of this project. STAD, South Rangur Agency for Rural Development, church members, Light to Life, etc. are the funding agencies. The major areas of work regarding with the development of South Rangur rural development. Beneficiaries, Dalit, economically backward children, women, etc. Development Department, development of rural parish members, providing loans for self-employment, SHG, etc. Beneficiaries, the economically backward peoples in the parishes. Beneficiaries of the social solidarity, regardless of caste, religion, creed, or political affiliation, the church has provided social welfare services to the people. The church and its organizations, social welfare programs and projects primarily benefit Dalits, tribals, women, transgender people, orphans, and the elderly disabled. Major income for the social solidarity activities, church members, their contribution like offertory, government grants, state and central government, national and international NGOs like CASA, Christian Agency for Social Action, KNH, Kinder, Not High Life, Holistic Child Development in India. Conclusion. The Marthoma Church strives to promote values of social solidarity economy through its teachings and praxis. Its programs and projects primarily benefit Dalits, tribals, women, transgender people, orphans, and elderly disabled. The church has provided startup capital to help small-scale entrepreneurs achieve self-sufficiency. The church's motivation is to instill social solidarity and economic values in society. It has a well-developed organizational and institutional structure to support solidarity economic action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome C. Rachel Sugandhi Sharon, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, St. John's College, Palayam Kotai, and Dr. T. Samson Jyothinagaran, Research Guide and Supervisor of the same college. They are presenting the paper titled The Role of SSC in the Financial Sector. Ma'am, are you there?
Okay, thank you. My audio is audible?
Yes, ma'am.
I share my screen now. My screen is visible?
Yeah, ma'am, can you put it in slide share view?
Visible or not?
Visible, ma'am.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Rachel.
Ma'am,
My audio is audible or not?
Yeah, ma'am, but
Audible,
it's not in slide share view. Can you put it in slide share view? Full screen.
Okay.
Press the in your left corner, you can see the present button. Can you press that? Bottom left corner. Not that, ma'am.
Okay,
Can you
okay.
put it?
Now it's clear?
yes, ma'am.
My name is Rachel. I'm a research scholar in Department of Commerce in John's College, Palayamkottai, under the guidance of Dr. Samson Jyotinakaran, Guidance Supervisor, Department of Commerce in John's College, Palayamkottai. My topic is the finance sector and the social and solidarity economy. Introduction. A defining option of the social and solidarity economy SSE is its bottom-up nature. SSE organizations and enterprises occur when group of citizens search for to collectively offer replies to the has to have or to the has need of their community. This necessitates could be of several kinds, containing self-employment, permission to consumer goods, provision or social services delivered, organization of cultural activities, marketing of agricultural or other products, and so on. Part of the stand in needs of that has historically been at the root of several SSC initiatives is the need for financial resources. Certainly, finance plays a key part in the life of both human beings to administer savings and investment and to permission. The SSE in the finance sector. The foremost types of SSEs jogging in the finance place or delivered beneath, they are categorized based at the type of undertaking or economic product they provide, offers, banking offerings, along with debit, debt capital, guarantees, and insurance. Grants. Man or women or circle of relatives foundations founded and endowed via a man or woman or a family, generally in aid of a particular motive. Corporate foundations founded and endowed by a firm as a beat of corporate social duty approach. Community foundations founded by a plurality of actors from a particular geographical place, generally with the goal of elevating funds in assist of the local community and economic growth initiatives. Besides these three, which are the greatest current in several countries, there have additionally been instances of foundations because of the privatization of state-owned enterprises, as in the case of banking foundations in Italy. Regardless of their origin, foundations typically invest their wealth in fairness and bond markets and use dividends and the payment of interest to matter grants that furthermore their social task. Banking services. Ethical banks additionally hold to cooperative principles but have a particular focus on supporting social and solidarity initiatives and sustainable economic advancement. Over their lending and investment practices, ethical banks encourage industries and plans that have an elevated social or environmental worth, replying to the stand-in needs of individuals excluded from the banking scheme or of individuals who search for in order to get a determined social effect over their savings and investments. Ethical banks originated in Europe about 30 years ago and work closely with other cooperative banks in many ways, containing for the sale of their social investment products, equity or quasi-equity investment and patient capital. Fairness investment are typically the domain of mainstream financial institutions as they primarily succeed in a gain maximization logic that is not in keeping with SSE aims. But sometimes over the years, the SSE has delivered rise to its own sources of fairness, capital, to respond to the needs of scenes. Certainly, whereas scenes can meet numerous of their financial has need of over permission to credit from the banking scheme. Sometimes they additionally need fairness capital to fund investments, deliver their
specifies scenes are ill-equipped to permission similar sources of risk capital as for profit industries. In contrast with shareholder industries, they are not constructed to remunerate investors, and their democratic governance structures make it hard to assign decision-making powers to those who carry capital to the adamant. For these objectives seen in need of capitalization have looked primarily to their own membership bottom over a variety of schemes and to the accumulation of surpluses after a while. Guarantees. Risk evaluation on the components of financial institutions can sometimes be more difficult for scenes relative to for-profit enterprise because of a variety of motives containing the lack of standardized information to evaluate creditworthiness. Furthermore, scenes sometimes don't have essential wealth that could be utilized as collateral to permission credit. As a consequence of the best hurdles experiencing scenes in financial resources is the availability of guarantee. Investments insurance. The last right of scenes offering financial products are joint insurance industries. Joint insurance industries originated in England in the 17th 100 years to mark losses because of fires and spread from there all over Europe and over, expanding after a while the range of risk they covered and the insurance products they provided. Joint insurance firms are included in this entry because, as more importantly, insurance industries, they additionally provide financial products to their subscribers. They administer savings and investment, offer retirement projects over pension funds, and provide financial insurance policies for which the amounts of advantages provided are tied to the performance of an underlying investment asset. Conclusion. After all the scales of intervention titled for by the replacement in our societies needs trappings of scenes with new versions and new tools that are able of managing with the more massive put a question to for goods and operation involving. From a financial perspective, this intends from the advancement of an enough and available provide with the blended advance, mixing various tools and techniques in agreement with the specificities scenes. As spread by the history of the SSC, a major part of these resources and tools will doubtless approach from within the SSC itself, expanding the arrival and diversity of scenes functioning within the financial supplied services sector. At similar time, this must be complemented with well-drafted long-term public policies co-constructed with SSC actors to assist the advancement of SSC financial ecosystems. In terms of SSC adapted restricted frameworks, institutional encourage and resources. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome Shimnamol M., Research Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. She is presenting the paper titled SSC in Science Communication Activities. She is qualified UGC NET in 2012 and has 8 years of experience in teaching economics in various colleges as guest lecturer. Currently, she is doing her PhD in Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Welcome you.
Thank you, Grishma. A very good afternoon to all. Respected Chair, Dr. Cmase sir, and Christabel ma'am, the organizing secretary of this seminar, and fellow presenters, and my dear students. Today, I am going to present my paper entitled SSC in Science Communication Activities.
social and solidarity economy. A different perspective on economy is provided by the social and solidarity economy. It prioritizes the environment and its inhabitants. SSC places a higher priority on individuals, their needs, ability, and effort than a money accumulation. It calls for more egalitarian and distributive socio-economic model. SSC is an innovative economy that promotes knowledge co-production and social activities based on the collaboration of many sectors in a sustained and effective manner. It encourages social inclusion and togetherness. Science communication is the process of informing, educating, bringing up science-related issues, and enhancing a way for scientific arguments and discoveries. The phenomenon of science communication can be studied from different sides of the chains of knowledge transfer. First, from the position of the scientist, the source, the population, the recipient, and the media, science journalists, and communicators working in science organization and universities, that is, the transmitters. The importance of science communication. Making science accessible to general people can reduce the current sense of confusion in society and foster optimism for the future. Therefore, rather than being hidden behind the doors of office and university auditorium, science must be open, intelligible, and accessible to general public. Everyone should be able to grasp science when it is explained in an accessible language. SSC in science communication. The development of scientific knowledge is facilitated by scientific organizations and societies who are crucial to the scientific process. Three of them are funding institutions, professional association, and research institutions. The role of funding institutions. The research institutions and professional societies are essential to scientific progress and to individual scientists. But most scientists need to seek additional financial support from outside sources. Historically, funding was sought through personal relationship with wealthy persons. For example, the Medici family funded the work of a number of famous scientists, including Galileo, and in turn, Galileo named the 4 largest moons of Jupiter that he discovered Medicea Sidera, the medicine stars. Throughout history, many governments have supported research and development of national defense. Other than private foundations and corporations offer another means of financial support for many scientists. The Harvard Health Medical Institute, for example, is a private non-profit organization that grants as much as $700 million per year, primarily for biomedical research, and about $8 million per year toward science education. You may be more familiar with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, started by the founder of Microsoft, which award grants in global health and development projects. The Rockefeller Foundation. The Rockefeller Foundation is an American private foundation and philanthropic medical research and arts funding organization. The foundation has had an international reach since the 1930s and major influence on global non-governmental organization. The World Health Organization is modeled on International Health Division of the foundation, which send doctors abroad to study and treat human subjects. The National Science Foundation, NSF, and National Institute of Health are also modeled on the work of funded by Rockefeller. Then, the role of professional society. Professional societies play a crucial role in fostering scientific progress. One of the largest living professional societies developed during the scientific revolution of the mid-600s, when the concept of rigorous observation and experiment-based science began to take hold in England. The Royal Society of London originated in the idea of Francis Bacon. Bacon was not a scientist himself, but an English statesman and philosopher who published a book in 1620 entitled Instauro Magna about the application of what we now might call the scientific research method. In addition, many professional societies give awards to members to recognize achievement in scientific research. The American Chemical Society, for example, solicits national nominations for 58 national awards in chemistry, ranging from the Priestley Medal in honor of Joseph Priestley, given to recognize distinguished services to chemistry, to Paul J. Fleury Education Award, which recognize outstanding achievement by individual in promoting undergraduate or graduate polymer education. As in any other profession, these awards recognize individuals who excel in their work and they are considered significant achievement for a scientist. Conclusion. These institutions work for the well-being of society by spreading scientific knowledge. As ultimate aim of these institutions to channelize the science communication activities, they work together without expecting any monetary benefit. All of these institutions affect the direction of scientific research and may even bias it by setting research priorities. This togetherness and socialization is the core principle of SSC. This makes it easier spread of scientific knowledge among common mass and thereby can help create a better knowledge economy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the nice presentation. Next, we can move on to the last presentation of this session. I welcome Adulya Eddy and Srikuti KV, second MA Economics students, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. They are together presenting the paper titled Community Living and Evaluation from Colonial Politics and Analysis of Aravile in Puducherry. Welcome, both of you.
Good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Bellman for giving an opportunity to present a paper on this seminar. Myself, Adulya, and my friend Srikuti are going to present a paper on the topic Community Living and Evolution from Colonial Politics, an analysis of Oroville in Puducherry. As an introduction, community living refers to a situation where a group of people live together, sharing a common space, a land, and other amenities. The growing understanding that the right to live a fully integrated life within a community. Oroville is there are various community livings in our society. One of them is Oroville. Oroville is a universal township or a futuristic city making a population of up to 50,000 people around the world. It is a township devoted to an experiment in human unity. It is located in South India, mostly in the state of Tamil Nadu. Orovillans are the people who come from various nations, from all age groups, social classes, and various backgrounds and cultures, representing humanity as a whole. Our objectives are to explore the Orovillian economic model, to analyze and evaluate Oroville economic model in the light of colonial roots, to identify the applicability of Oroville economic model and assess its limitations. Community living, reckoned as a progressive ideology, is adopted by people of various grounds who deeply wish to lead a life of peace and are socially bounded and committed to deriving satisfaction and pleasure out of similar standard of living. A prominent part in giving harmony and peace as social and economic benefits of society. It requires one to move away from the norms of conventional social economic system and enter into a more giving space where personal needs and desires are secondary to the collective goods. As economic aspect, having access to shared utilities reduces the needs of an individual. Living in a connected community allows residents to trade their skills, knowledge, time, and powers with each other. The foundation and the founders state that Aravilla is a city of doubt. Aravilla wants to be a universal town where men and women all men and women of all countries can live in peace and progressive harmony above all creeds or politics or nationalities stated by Mira Alfasa, the founder of the Araval. She is known to her followers as the mother. Araval to realize human unity and diversity. The model of Araval based on the sustainability concept and is founded as an utopian experiment. Although a financial utopia could potentially provide the metaphysical space for an escape from an earth riddled with national rivalries and social conventions. It would be impossible, especially in 1968, to create a space removed from the realities of global capitalism, colonial relationship, and indeed the slavery of the past. Araval is a shelter for all those who want to hasten towards a future of knowledge and peace. Araval was a brainchild of Sir Aurobindo and founded by Mira Alfasa, the mother, in 1968. The mother started the society based on 4 guidelines or principles. First, Araval belongs to nobody in particular. Araval belongs to humanity as a whole. But to live in Araval, one must be the willing servitor of the divine consciousness. Second, Araval will be the place of an unending education, of constant progress and a youth that never ages. Araval wants to be a bridge between the past and the future, taking advantages of all discoveries from without and from within. Araval will boldly spring towards future realizations. And last, Araval will be a site of material and spiritual researchers for living embodiment of the actual human unity. The most remarkable concept of the Araval is its master plan, laid out in the form of a galaxy. First, and the initial plan was laid out by the mother. The first picture shows the sketch by the mother, and later, which is architected by Roger Anger under the supervision and guidelines of the mother. And the second where at the center stands the Mandri Mandir, the soul of Araval, which is a place for individual silent concentration. And there are 4 zones: industrial zone, culture zone, residential zone, and international zone. And each zone focusing on an important aspect of township's life. Then the green belt, which is surrounding the city, consisting of forest areas, farms, and sanctuaries, etc. So the galaxy plan shows the 4 zones which are interconnected through a crown, which is the second circular road around Mandri Mandir, that is the peace area. Through its master plan, Araval wants to break the new grounds in settlement planning in which a way as to help other cities, both India and abroad, which are experiencing high urbanization trends. And also hopes to demonstrate how urban and rural areas can complementarily develop in an integral and holistic way for their mutual benefits and well-being. Now, economic model of the Araval community. There are 2 types of funds: Unity Fund and Araval Fund. Unity Fund has a primary channel for all income into Araval, which is the portion of the unplanned Government of India grants received and distributed by Araval Foundation Office. Then the Araval Fund, received from the Araval Unity Fund, which is discharged and accounted for donations and grants for a wide variety of projects and activities. It's including the purpose of land, the construction of houses and public buildings, the maintenance of forest and farms, and some educational, culture, and publication activities. The funding agencies includes institutional organizations, foreign government and governmental organization, foreign non-governmental organization, Indian government and governmental organization, Indian non-government organization, and business. There are funding management committees, which includes Budget Coordination Committee and Funds and Asset Management Committee. Budget Coordination Committee has the task of managing all Araval budget, coordinating the allocation of Araval's income towards the development and maintenance the budget of Araval. The Funds and Asset Management Committee focuses on the utilization of funds and management of assets. It includes taxes and audits, and the sale, acquisition, and utilization of immovable assets. Then the governing body and finance committee has funds and asset management committee, which includes unity fund and budget coordination committee. The unity fund has 10 executive bodies, each of them playing a major part in the economic model. Nothing is owned by anybody here. Every single asset is owned by the community, which is represented by the Oroville Foundation. Water is not free at in Oroville, but basic medicine facilities are. There are about 150 income generating units owned by the trust set up by the Oroville Foundation, which gave a share of their profit to the community. The foundation receives funds from different sources, including donations paid by those seeking an accommodation, but they will never own. However, Oroville was conceived to be fully self-sustaining, driven by its own economy. Oroville Consulting provides advice and training in wind and solar energy generations and sustainable development. Schooling is free in Oroville, and children are encouraged to learn the subject of their choice at their own pace. Oroville is in its 15th year, but its economy is still not self-sustaining, says Manuel Thomas. The economy is clearly under strain. There is an increasing awareness of the need for a sound economy, and there are internal discussions ongoing to address this issue, admits Thomas, while pointing out that Oroville is still an evolving entity. The stressed economy is probably one of the reasons why the number of inhabitants has not grown. Oroville has conceived to accommodate 50,000 people. 50 years down the line, there are around 3,000 people, and the city was planned to build over 200 square kilometers, but Oroville owns only 84 square kilometers till date. Any expansion would call for upfront payment by those wishing to move in. Now I welcome Sri Kuti to continue with the next part. Thank you.
First of all, good afternoon, and thank you for giving an opportunity to stand here. Now we are moving to the part, evolution from colonial politics. So, Aurobindo and the mother established an ashram in Pondicherry in 1926, when Pondicherry was still the center of French colonialism. The mother comes into the leadership, and the spirituality attracts North Indians and foreigners. After 1967, Auroville was promoted as a shelter for those looking to escape the modern reality of the Cold War, of widening economic inequality and polarizing political ideologies. Despite the many success of Auroville, there remained a sharp divide between Auroville and the local Tamil community. Because the Aurovillians failed to communicate and collaborate effectively with the local Tamil community, it causing their utopian experiment to resemble a neo-colonial settlement, a post-colonial extension of the colonial civilization mission. In the case of South Indians and Aurovillians, tell us that even when the European colonizers left, but their spirit remaining in there. In reality, that the local Tamil population was uninspired by the utopian project, and they think that the Aurovillians was a neo-colonization who had come to take their land and exploit their labor. The Aurovillians believes that they can convince the Tamils that their spiritual practices were the way of future. They could live harmony. But we can state that the emphasis of the future was to the detriment of understanding of the past. The Aurovillians failed to recognize the centuries of struggles of Tamil in the colonial period. The scholar Leela Gandhi was noted that the mother spoke as an anti-imperialist, making her an outcast in mainstream Western society as she created strong anti-colonial elegance with Aurobindo, with Aurobindo, and Leela Gandhi makes an important point that the anti-imperialism exhibit by the mother is typical of the certain type of what she called her anti-colonial colonialism. When the ideology of mother was put into practice, particularly in the case of Aurovilla, we quickly see how colonialism reinsert itself into the anti-colonial mission of self-rule and self-determination. Then, after the death of mother in 1973, SAS file an affidavit in a court, and there occur an inter-conflict between Aurovillians and the Aurobindo societies. As a result, in 1918, Indira Gandhi put forward the Aurovillo Emerging Provision Act. Later, 1988, Aurovillo Foundation Act was introduced, which looking towards the long-term provision and working of the Aurovillo Foundation in a long-term basis. Aurovillo Foundation is Aurovillo legal entity. It consists of three authorities, namely International Advisory Council, Governing Board, and Residents Assembly. The Governing Board is overall responsibility for the ongoing development, and it has a chair. Now the chair is R.N. Ravi. He is the Tamil Nadu governor, and the second one is International Advisory Council. It has the functioning of advising the governing board on matters relating to management and development of the township. Then the third council is Residents Assembly. It monitors various activities of Auroville, declines, terms of membership, implementing master plans, selecting working committee, and other collective services. The working committee head is the secretary. It is a government appointed IAS officer. Now the secretary is Gujarat Cadal Jayanti Ravi. After the 25 years of discussion and waiting, they introduced Crown Path in 14 December 2021. Over the past few months, harmony was turned to discord over attempts to transform Auroville from the quiet eco community into a utopian city. On December 4, 2021, local police joined by a group of outsiders begin demolishing the Auroville Youth Center, unrooting the surrounding trees with the help of JCBs. More than 900 trees were bulldozed across 67 acres in Auroville. Then the Aurovillians were file a petition to National Green Tribunal, and the National Green Tribunal order and stay filling the trees on the 17 December 2001. Some Aurovillians sees to political angle of the destructive instruction into the township, pointing out that the Crown project was being explained after Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi and Gujarat Cadre IAS officer Dr. Jayanti Ravi. The new secretary appointed the pressure extended by authorities on the Auroville community to implement the master plan has increased in intensity and the focus of rapid development of the Crown Way. The master plan will neither be traditional nor static and rigid and has inbuilt review processing. It is unfortunate that this peaceful enclave was being catch in the crosshairs of an indecent feud that goes against the ideal of Orwell. The situation questioning the existence of the model in nowadays. We are moving to the next section, dream to reality. Orwellian city is the down east skinned French colonial outspot. It is set out the reforest, the burn land and create a new socio-economic, ecological and spiritual habit with a vision to build a city the earth needs. Orwellian requires certain duality in perspective. The money would no longer be the sorrowing lot. In a place like Orwell, the certain challenges was the balancing act between universal ideas and practical relevance. Orwellians are determined to create a new kind of economy, one that operates by different rules from the dominant model of the world. After all, the world is an unjust, brutal place full of cruelty and unjust inequality. But the fact is that the economy does exist within the real world and cannot really escape the dominant economic model. It is ironical that sustainability concerns should be fueling a row over the future. This is a place where religion is a strict through the charter demand that for one to live in Orwell, one must be a willing surveyor of the divine consciousness. Orwell products compete at the global marketplace, but within the township, currency is prohibited. They use a Orwell card to their transactions. Orwellians sit in thousands of acres. No one can own an inch of land under its utopian concept of the commons. Orwellians were neither against the galaxy plan nor the crown proposals, but only seeking a collaborative process to translate the master plan into detailed development plans that would integrate the vision with the new ground reality. Now we are moving to the conclusion section. The city is investigated as 15,000 population, around 3,000 acres of land. Now the population is reduced to 30,000. Hex says that its high ideological content without soil thinking is not very important or interesting because it covers such a small part of the economy. There are endless experiments in Orwell and they all fail because in the end, there is a deficit in the economy. The ashrams are primarily religious communes. Orwellians, in contrast, are hardly religious. The Orwellian community has owned and controlled by the foundation that propelled to the threatened as their preference leads from dying their freedom. A good governance will help them to improve their situations, living in an independent, socially, politically, and economically aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Sriputi and Adulya. Now, the floor is open for questions. Both online and offline participants can post their questions to the presenters. Now, I invite our respected chairperson of this session, Dr. Priya sir, to make valuable comments and remarks. Welcome.
I appreciate the 5 papers presented here, and I congratulate all 5 presenters. The first paper was on the housing sector and social solidarity economics. Here we know the housing is very important, and it is there in the Constitution in Article 21 of the Constitution, right to life with dignity. So for that to achieve the right to life with the dignity, we must have houses. Accommodation we must have. And here are Valarmadi. She has Valarmadi. She has present on housing sector and social solidarity economics. But this here she has highlighted on the importance in the context of Paris Convention in 2015 on sustainable development goals. And it is especially after this constructing house without much damage, without much waste, then it's a renovation, reconstruction, Then for all this, how can we make it possible in this era to achieve a social solidarity situation in the society? So that is, I understand the crux of her idea. And the challenges she was very brief to present. And so the challenges she didn't mention actually. So I hope she may make some issues and challenges. So the idea is a good one. And how far it has succeeded in other places of the world, she has mentioned it became relevant after COVID situation. So this is she is telling that making it with some partnership with some NGOs, some associations, some government agencies, some non-government agencies. So this is a very as the first presentation we had in the 8th session, technical session. So this is a very idea in the formation stage. That is our presentation. And the next presentation was by Reverend Father John Matthew on the case of social solidarity economics, the activities, initiatives of this Marthoma Syrian Church. So to foreigners, you are from Iran, both of you. Huh? Afghanistan. So you must understand that we have a very varying Christian denominations, different denominations we have. And Father didn't explain what do you mean by the Syrian Christian. The Syrian Christian, we believe, are the followers of St. Thomas. It is believed that he came to Kerala in the beginning of this, in the millennium. So this and later, all were the followers of St. Thomas. Later, what happened? We had a Portuguese invasion in the 14th century, 13th century. We had a Portuguese invasion. Then we had some fight, and some people were detached to this Eastern Church, attached to Roman Church. Then we had Roman Catholics. Then we had some divisions within the followers of Syrian St. Thomas followers. Then so we have different denominations of St. Thomas Church. So we have some people are attached to Rome. So they are following, they are worshipping Pope and Vatican City. And some people are not attached to Rome. Some people are there. The Marthoma Church has headquarters in Kerala. And we have Anglican Church, the British tradition. So this is a cosmopolitan culture we have. And we are proud of it. We are celebrating with it. And we see a beauty in it. And Father is a research scholar, and she is a Reverend Father. So these are all beauty we have. You can take it away to Afghanistan and Iran, wherever you go back. This is a wonderful, and it has been the strength of the society for thousands of years. And for the next millennium and the coming millennium also, these values will enrich and it will be strengthened our community. Learning from the diversity and the different practices. He has explained about this different practices done by his church. He is a priest, and he is accessible. He has access to such data and information. So he has elaborated all this about but the challenge that community is facing is the demographic challenge. The community is getting reduced. Average age of this community is 50, average age. The average age of India is 27. The North Indian states, the average age is 23. 23 is the average age in UP, Bihar, Bengal. Kerala, it is 42. Syrian Church is 50. This is the demographic challenge that they have. So you must have numbers to continue and sustain such activities. So this is, you didn't mention about the challenge that the community is facing. The community has made a great role in transforming the Kerala for more than 200 years, starting schools, balwadis, hospitals, then institutions, such institutions that transformed Kerala. The present Kerala is devoted and obliged to such and such small denominations, caste group, religious groups, etc. for its present stage. So this is was a wonderful paper. So such other communities, Hindu communities, Irava community, Nayas community, they can also have some some claim in their contribution to social and solidarity and benefit to economic growth. Then the next paper was about by Rachel Sugandhi Sharon from St. John's College, Palayam Kottai. It was about this bottom-up approach of social solidarity economics. So that I had said in the beginning, the decentralized planning also have this bottom-up approach. The feel of the community, what they want, what is their priority, the community would decide, not by the bureaucrat sitting the secretariat or in the central secretariat or state secretariat. The community in the ground, people in the village, they would decide what is our first priority, what should be our second priority, what should be our third priority. But the social solidarity economics has not reached it to local level planning. This is local government institutions. We have Gram Sabhas through 73rd, 74th amendments. We have Ward Sabhas. So it has more scope to strengthen such institutions. These are all constitutional institutions. In India, Gram Sabha means all voters of the ward. All voters of that village are the members of the Ward Sabha. All have entitlement to participate in the Gram Sabha. So they have a role. So they can decide their priority rather than by a bureaucrat sitting in the certain secretary. So that scope she has explained. She has said about CSR approach, then financing the poor. Then I didn't get the ethical banking. Rachel, what do you mean by this ethical banking? You may please explain. So this, what is its scope? How does it differ from the present banking system and especially from cooperatives? So, or it is working in coordination with the cooperatives, ethical banking. So banking, we know the commercial banking, nationalized banks we have in Kerala. So ethical banking, what is the concept? How will it work? Is it different from cooperatives? So that is, or it is a new concept. The next about, then one more concept. She was discussing about patient capital. I didn't get the point. Patient capital. What is it? Patient capital. And she has said about many derivatives in social solidarity economics. She has said many derivatives. So some for financing, some for some other purpose. So that is very, very interesting about derivatives in social solidarity economics. Then Shimna Mall fourth presentation about the science communication. So new and innovative, the way we are doing things in with the knowledge. With the knowledge means the scientific knowledge, communicating this, applying this to life. She has presented this, and that should be accessible to all. So the problem is, say, she has said about NGOs, foundations, research organizations, all are spreading information, that is science communication. But all these institutions have some agenda. Is it inconsistent with the local community, or is it inconsistent with the interest of the local community? There is a question. We have some established institutions at the international level, IMF, World Bank. So there are many studies. All these international institutions are not taking care of the interest of the local community, local economy, local practices, indigenous agriculture. They are following a principle of one size fit for all. That is there. But you are talking about the deviations, such as NGOs, institutions, scientific institutions, funding agencies. Are they really caring the changing needs of the local communities, or they are contradicting with the interest of the local community? Everywhere we have a small tribal community, people living in interior area, forest area, hilly area. So recently there is an attempt by the government of India to bring some communities, there is a word is there, that communities were even not notified as tribals. Some communities are living in forest, hilly areas, tribal areas, interior forest areas. Even then, they are not notified as tribals, with all characteristics of tribals, but they are not notified as tribals. So will these funding agencies care them or not? So we had in India in colonial period, we had an act, Criminal Tribals Act. In 1860, we have passed an act. Some small tribal groups, they had a continuous fight and attack with the colonialists, Britishers. So the Britishers, they passed an act, Criminal Tribals Act. With that act, they could be immediately jailed, arrested, they could be intimidated, they could be evacuated from any place. So such acts we had, but after independence, it is abolished. It is terminated. So this is a diversity. So how it will be addressed. So all this idea is good, but it will take the interest. Then the next paper by Adulya and Srikuti. I have one question to you. What motivates you to study this? I was feeling after reading this synopsis also. Normally the students from PG, they won't be getting attracted to Aurobindo Ashram, Ramakrishna Ashram. This is very, even yesterday, my friend from Devagiri College, Thomas sir, his daughter got admission in CET, Trivandrum Engineering College. And I suggested a sisters hostel, means run by nuns in Srigariam. The girl was very adamant. I won't get admission there. I won't join there. The Christian Catholic girl was very adamant. She totally rejected the proposal of me and her father. She is not at all interested. She wants admission somewhere else. Then somehow we managed it. So this is the situation. So these two PG students, they are studying about Aurobindo. That is very interesting. So what motivates you? What is the background for you studying this? Then you have mentioned about it. This is not productive. This is not sustainable. So that you have mentioned about this. Then and everything is owned by the community. Then you are telling about this utopian economy, utopian practice, all this. And you quoted as Thomas for not sustaining model. So they are doing 150 income generating units. What are these income generating units? 150 income generating units. Will you please explain this? So then you are talking about a conflict between local Tamils and the police. They encroach into the land and cut trees. So what was the incident? Then this R.M. Ravi is the chairman. R.M. Ravi is the governor of Tamil Nadu, and he was the Deputy Director of Intelligence Bureau of India. He is the most powerful person. Now he is the chairman of this Aurobindo Foundation. So this is Aurobindo Ashram, and this Amma, that Aurobindo Ashram Amma is from France. And there are many French people are living there, Aurobindo and Aurobindo Ashram and Pondicherry. So all these are very good experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Valarmadi ma'am, are you there? Valarmadi ma'am, are you there?
Further, I just wanted to know your take on secularism and solidarity. And to Atulya and Srikuti, you had said that the model was not sustainable, but I just wanted to know why is it funded by international agencies, and even you said the Indian government is funding Aurobindo. So if it's not sustainable, why is it being funded by international agencies and even the Indian government? Thank you.
I have also a question, small question, it's not just give a little information or just to align on the methodology that you are considering in your research. Which kind of methodology have you used?
Father, please come.
Now I invite Father John Matthew sir to clarify the doubts.
Respond for the first question. Mahatma Church is a social institution and acting as a catalytic agent for the social welfare activities. And we are doing some NGOs involvement through the fundings of church members and other governmental and non-governmental agencies. Actually, church is only an agent for the promotion of the value of self-sufficiency and self-development. So, actually, the church trying to promote the value of self-development in society, in people. So, church is only an agent. Second one, I used to hear historical, this is only a historical analysis based on some church documents and some my own experience as a priest in Martha Church.
Palamadi ma'am, are you there? Next, I invite Palamadi ma'am to answer these questions. Ma'am, please unmute your ma'am. Next, I invite Rachel ma'am to clear the questions. Rachel ma'am, are you there? Next, I invite Shimna ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words. Then I will look into all the questions raised by you. That is, all the institutions are consistent with the locals or inconsistent, and one size is fit for all. I look into back and correct all these questions and suggestions raised by you and get back to you, sir. Thank you.
Rachel ma'am, are you there?
Okay, now I invite Sri Kuti and Abdullah.
Answering to the first question, we have selected this topic because in nowadays there is seeing a problem about the crown path development. The crown path is a process of new project that developed by the Orwellian Foundation. The foundation is then in December 4th, the foundation, Orwell Foundation, and some people came to Orwellian community. Then they cut out some trees and their youth center, and that issue is circulated in media. Then we saw that issue. Then we select this topic to present in this manner. Then the second question is international organizations and other governments are funding to the society, but by excuse me, no question. We are not said that the model is sustainable, and it is a model of sustainable development concept. It is based on the model of sustainable development concept. Oral is only one model that present in India. There is 3,000 among peoples in living the 16,600 and something foreigners, and the Indians. 224 countries and all states of India's peoples are living in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. We can move on to the concluding part of this session. I invite Annie Joseph, first MA Economics student, Department of Economics, for delivering the vote of thanks. Welcome, Annie.
Good afternoon, one and all. Now that we have come to the end of this session themed Knowledge Economy and Necessity, I'm glad to be standing here to propose a vote of thanks. First and foremost, I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Priyesh CA, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Government College Attingal, who has been the chairperson of this session. Thank you, sir. I express My sincere gratitude to R. Valarmati, Research Scholar, Department of Economics at St. John's College, Tirunelveli, and Dr. A. Angel Anila, Research Head, Department of Economics at St. John's College, Tirunelveli, for the informative session. Thank you, ma'am. Now I thank Father John Matthew, Research Scholar, Department of Political Science, University of Kerala, for his presentation. Thank you, sir. The presentation was engaging. I would like to thank Ms. Shimnamol M, Research Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for her presentation on the contemporary topic. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank C. Rachel Sugandhi Sharma, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, St. John's College, Palayam Kottayam. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank Atulya A.T. and Shrikuti KV, Second MA Economics, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for their joint presentation on that interesting topic. Thank you. I also take this opportunity to thank Dr. Christabel PJ, the women behind, Dr. Shrija SR, head of the department, all the faculties of the Department of Economics at University of Kerala for their support and encouragement. Thank you, teachers. Finally, a word of gratitude to all the faculties, research scholars, students, and others present here, and those who have joined online for making the time to be with us today. Thank you. Thank you once again.
The next session is starting at 1:30. Please stay tuned.
Good afternoon to everyone gathered here for the last section of the National Conference on Corporation, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies, Experience from Around the World. The theme of this session is Public Policy and Community Participation. First, with immense pleasure, I would like to welcome our respected chairperson of this session, Dr. Shanu S., Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Government College for Women, University of Kerala. He secured his PhD in economics in 2020 from University of Kerala. In addition to this, he also secured MPhil in economics in the year 2008 from University of Kerala. Sir, it is truly an honor to have you for chairing this section. Now I hand over the section to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to all. Respected HOD, the Department of Economics, Shijit Issa, the organizing team, Dr. Christabel PJ, other faculty members of the Department of Economics, distinguished guests and dear students. I'm honored to be to participate this international seminar on cooperative, mutual aid, and solidarity economics experiences from around the world. I express my gratitude to Dr. Christabel PJ for giving me an opportunity to chair this session. The theme of the session is public policy and community participation. The relevance of this topic is very important when we are hearing the news from the agitations and agitations from Vietnam port. They are arguing that the coming up of this port destruct their living and their livelihood. It stresses the importance of the public participation in policy making. The main aim of public participation is to encourage the public to have meaningful input into the decision-making process. This type of community engagement is important in public policy as it takes actions to influence the stakeholders with the government, politicians, and the funding agencies to implement policies and projects that primarily benefits the individual communities and also drive social changes. Coming to this session, there are 6 purposes in this section. When I go through this purpose, it is one way or other connected to the general theme of the session, public policy and community participation. First of all, we can listen the purpose from the presentators. After that, definitely we have some discussions about that. Thank you. Once again, thank you for that and also the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The first speaker for this section is Ananda Padmanabhan S., Research Scholar, Mahatma Gandhi College, Thiruvananthapuram. He will be presenting the paper titled Principle of Solidarity Economy on Vaccine Policy of India. It will be an online section. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is my screen visible for everyone? Is the screen visible? Shall I continue? I shall continue if someone responds. Is the screen visible? Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay. I am, good afternoon, everyone. I am Ananda Padmanabhan, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Mahatma Gandhi College, Thiruvananthapuram. I am presenting this paper and my co-author is Pradeep Kumar N., Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Mahatma Gandhi College. My topic for the day is Principles of Solidarity Economy from vaccine policy of India. Solidarity economy. I'm just briefing a definition of solidarity economy, even though it's already discussed. The solidarity economy, including cooperative economy and gift economy, is an alternative framework that is allowing for different forms of different contexts open to continual change. This framework is grounded in the principles of, these are the principles: solidarity, mutualism, and cooperation, equity in all dimensions, social well-being, sustainability, social and economic democracy, and pluralism. So these are the principles. Now, and SSCOs, so social and solidarity economies organizations share common features that distinguish them from the public economy and from the conventional for-profit economy. They aim to pursue combined social and economic objectives, and they share specific operating principles based on participation, solidarity, innovation, voluntary involvement, and collective ownership. So I am explaining all these features or principles at the beginning because I am basing these principles to analyze the vaccine policy of our nation, India. And moving on, can nations form SSC organization? Actually, no. Based on the definitions of SSC, a nation does not actually constitute an SSC, nations in general. It's usually cooperatives or some organizations like that. But again, there is no rigid definition for what constitutes an SSC institution. There is no rigid definition. A nation may become part of an SS economy. The principles of solidarity economy shall be traced out from the actions of organizations or nations also. India's policies during COVID-19 pandemic is an example of such actions. India's involvement addressed the issues of health, food, social inequalities, and political tensions. At the same time, it was not an act of charity or strategy, diplomacy. It was trade and business, but based on the guiding principles of SSC. How to respond? During the COVID pandemic period, the United Nations called out for a global response strategy for socio-economic, for meeting the socio-economic impact and sustainable solutions to cope with this impact. One such major measure, as recommended by United Nations, was resist the temptation to resort to protectionist measures. So temptation, every nation would have a temptation to exploit the pandemic situation, and the UN was appealing not to make such exploitations. Tariff and non-tariff measures on export bans must be relieved, and other measures like that, to ensure medicine, medical equipment, and supplies to developing countries during pandemic and all. So solidarity is crucial at this time, as mentioned, as enunciated by UN itself. India's response at the very beginning itself was in line with these measures. Vaccine Maitri. It is what our vaccine policy was called, Vaccine Maitri. Maitri essentially means fraternity or friendship. We should note that it was not a charity or donation. It was essentially a trade or supply of medicines, but it was called Maitri because we had an intention to contribute to the nation's needs, supply to them. It was a humanitarian initiative by the government of India. The government started providing vaccines from 2021 January 20 globally. As of February 2022, India had delivered across 16.29 crore doses of vaccine to 96 countries. Out of these, 1.43 doses were gifted to 48 countries by government of India. The remaining 10.71 crores were supplied by the vaccine producers under its commercial, and 4.15 crore were supplied by COVAX obligations. So that was our involvement with regard to vaccines. And under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership, India emerged as a pharmacy of the world during COVID pandemic. India was already the biggest supplier of pharmacy and medicines, even the pre-COVID era. But during COVID also, we didn't intend to exploit it. We had a solidarity-based values and principles. In April 2021, India and other Quad nations handed over 2 lakh made in India vaccine doses to Thailand under the grouping's vaccine partnership. In the recently held Quad leaders summit in Tokyo, the Quad leaders praised India's vaccine policy. During the peak of COVID pandemic, Vande Bharat mission helped bring back around 1 crore 83 lakh stranded Indians in over 2 lakh 17,000 flights. So the global reaction to our vaccine policy was really huge. IMF and other countries like Jamaica, Nepal, St. Louis of West Indies, Barbados, Antigua and Barbuda, Afghanistan, all these leaders praised our involvement and they were thanking us for our timely intervention. Again, these were not charities. These were trade based on trade and supply, but also with a social intention. The quid pro quo. The world reciprocated the acts by India during the second wave of COVID. In the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic during the second wave, support in the form of COVID-related equipment and medicines were received from more than 50 countries. These included supplies from foreign governments, private companies, and Indian associations abroad. The global outpouring of emergency support for India is not driven by pity, charity, or guilt. In fact, a lot of the incoming products are purchases that India sourced and is paying for rather than donations in the form of aid. As the External Affairs Minister aptly told the journalists, what do you describe as aid? We call friendship. Because they really had no pressure to help India during the second wave, but taking lessons from the first wave, they were giving something in return. That's why I wrote quid pro quo. And the conclusion. The government of India's engagement in COVID pandemic is not textbook definition of SSC, but the guiding principles of SSC can be found in her policies and actions while supplying vaccines and medicines across the world during pandemic. So the supply of medicines was not purely for charity, but the intention to ensure ready and timely supply without discriminating anyone has helped people from everywhere. India was successful in portraying a socio-economic model for people's well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now we have our second speaker of this session, Ramaswamy N, for presenting his paper titled Dependency and Underspending of Municipal Corporations in Kerala, Insights Through the Development Expenditures. He will be presenting an online session. He is currently working as Office Assistant in Institute of Human Resource Development under the Government of Kerala. In addition to this, he is also a research scholar in Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Welcome, sir.
Are you there, sir?
Hello.
Yes, sir. You can share your screen now.
Is it visible?
Yes, can you please put it in the slide share view?
Is it?
Okay, sir. Okay, you can start your work.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ramaswamy, Research Scholar, Department of Economics under Dr. Christabel PG. First of all, I thank Dr. Christabel PG for giving me this opportunity to present a paper in this particular topic, policy initiatives of social and solidarity economics. Now we move to the paper. The paper is Dependency and Underspending of Municipal Corporations in Kerala, Insights Through Development Expenditures. Now, for an introduction, I will just go through the local self-government institutions in India. The local bodies in India are broadly classified into rural local bodies and urban local bodies. And among the same, municipal corporations will come under the urban local bodies. And it has risen to a place of high importance in modern political society, not only because urban dwellers now form so large an element in the population, but because city administration has developed by its complexity into a problem of great inherent difficulty. Now they have more safety, health, and convenience. They gradually devolve more responsibility upon the public authorities, and larger the community, the greater is this tendency. Now, what are the expenditures they do? Particularly after the 74th Amendment, uh, they had provided with more developmental expenditures. What are all the developmental expenditures? The developmental expenditure usually refers to the expenditure of the government, which helps in economic development by increasing production and real income of the country. So, broad definition. Developmental expenditure on revenue is also divided into developmental expenditure on revenue account and developmental expenditure on capital account. And it is split into one productive sector, and productive sector engulfs agriculture, irrigation, soil water conservation, environment afforestation, animal husbandry, fisheries, industry, self-employment enterprises, marketing promotion, dairy development, energy generation, etc. And another sector is service sector, which includes the education, continuing education, literacy, reading rooms, libraries, and Gram Sabha, Ward Sabha centers, arts, culture, and sports development, youth welfare, health, drinking water, sanitation, waste processing, housing, house electrification, social welfare, social security, nutrition, Anganwadis, vocational expertization, electric line transformer, tourism, etc. And it also expense on infrastructure. The infrastructure encompasses street light, office electrification, transport, public buildings which are not included in productive and service sectors, other construction works, purchase of vehicles. And one more development expenditure which has come under the special sector plan, which is the women component plan, special program for children, special program for old age, differently abled people, other vulnerability, and palliative care. Now, these developmental expenditures are mainly expended through the grants in aid provided by the higher levels of government. The grants in aid is generally distributed to local bodies as general fund, special component plan, and through tribal subplan. And also through revenue grants receipts like fund for transferred functions schemes, unemployment allowance scheme. This is particularly after the 74th Amendment, the fund for transferred functions were given. And fund for transferred functions under the scheme of financial help for widows, daughters marriage, general purpose fund, grant for festivals, reimbursement of expenses, and beneficiary contribution. It also gives fund for capital grants like a capital development fund, special component plan, and a central finance commission grants, and for infrastructure like road, and also non-infrastructure for non-road assets, and for also beneficiary. Now, there is a dependency concerned in this particular local bodies. Now, we can define just what's dependency. Dependency is conceived as if the total expenditure of the local government is met with grants received by it from the higher level of government or from other sources. The normative approach measures the dependency by the ratio. It refers to the share of grants a municipal corporation receives to its total expenditure. And another concept is the underspending of local bodies. And underspending can be defined as the difference between the expenditure from the fund available under each head of grants in aid and the actual spend under each head. Now, these are all the concepts which we go through this paper. Now, the study objective of the study is to mainly study the two aspects: to explore the dependency of municipal corporations of Kerala and to understand the underspending of grants in aid to municipal corporations of Kerala. Now, for the dependency, first we will study the ratio of total grants to total expenditures, that is the dependency ratio. Now we can see through this particular graph that almost an average of around 55 to 60% of the total expenditures are met with the total grants, as the ratio suggests. Almost all corporations are showing the same trend over the period 2013-14 to 2021. So this shows the greater dependency, that is more than 50% of the receipts were from grants rather than from their own receipts. So there is great dependency of the corporations or higher levels of government for their receipts. Now this dependency is particularly explained through each corporation, and higher is for the Kannur, the relatively new corporation in Kerala. Now we move to the underspending. For that, first we move to the fund available with the corporations. Now we can say that fund available for general, SCP, TSP fund is shown here, and more fund is for general and comparatively low for tribal subplan, as it is the corporation. Now this is the expenditure done by the corporations over the years. So 87% of the expenditure is given for general and 13 for SCP, special component plan, and only a menial percent for TSP. Now growth rate of grants in aid expenditure sector wise is shown here over the years. It is once again proved that general sector is having more growth rate over the years. Only a menial increase in the tribal subplan in the later years, like 2017-18 to 18-19. Now, the importance of grants in aid once again can be revealed through this particular table. We can see that among the receipts, revenue receipts, 54% of the grants was receipts was received by the grants in aid. So relatively tax and non-tax is around only 45%. Now the growth of components of revenue receipts, we can say that grants is showing a 7% increase along with the revenue receipts. So this shows the importance of grants in the corporations in Kerala. Now this is for capital receipts. Same can be understood through this also, capital receipts also. And now we move to the expenditure part of it. In the revenue expenditure, we can see that only 0.53%. We can see that the grant expenditure is expended, and more of the expenditure was for establishment and operations and maintenance. Even though grants is received, the expenditure is for establishment and operations and maintenance. So only a menial amount is spent for revenue grants. Now, the capital expenditure, we can see that the developmental expenses constitute of about 37% and grants constitute of 23%. And it shows a very good data because over the years, development expenses has increased. And grants in aid also, the expenditure in the capital has been increased. Now we move to the each of the grants in aid. First one, we move to the plant fund. Among the plant funds, for each year, we can see that almost 60% of the fund has been utilized by the municipal corporations in Kerala. So we can see that almost 40% of the funds are, and on an average 40% of the funds are underspent even in the plant funds too. And this is the central sector schemes, and it has a very low expenditure, and state schemes too. Although it has approved amount, the amount spent on state sector schemes is very less. Now, for each, now one of the main expenditures was for road fund. So we can comparatively we can see that more road fund are used over these years, and I think it can be visible for all that roads are improving, particularly interior roads are improving over these years. So fund has been utilized for those. When we compare to others, this is the non-road trend of non-road fund and others. So now we can see that the plant fund is utilized around 40% on an average with the corporations, and among the corporations, Kollam has utilized the most. Kochi utilized 56.5 and Trivandrum, Thrissur, Kannur around 47.1, 56.73 and 41.74 respectively. So among the grants, most of the funds are from plant fund, road fund, non-road fund, etc. And others are a medium amount. Now this is the utilization of each sector-wise productive and service sector and infrastructure utilization over the years of all municipal corporations in Kerala. This is for productive sector for Trivandrum Corporation. So more funds were utilized mainly to agriculture and animal husbandry. And this is for Kollam. And growth of expenditure over the years. And we can see that for Kollam, it is 69% of the expenditures was increased for animal husbandry. So these are all the utilization of each corporation. Just I'm going through the infrastructure for each sector. So now the finding is the fund availability for the grants in aid for the study years has seen that more of the fund was given to general, and in the same most fund was allotted and utilized for service sector and productive sectors. The underutilization of funds is very high among all the corporations. Also, the dependency too is increasing since the own resources is becoming low. So, thank you.
Thanks, sir. Now we have Aditya Karthik presenting his paper titled Policy Framing for Social and Solidarity Economy. He is now currently working as guest faculty, Department of Economics, St. Xavier's College, Trivandrum. Welcome, sir.
So good afternoon all. Respected Chairperson Dr. Shanu sir and other presentators and my dear friends. I can see many serious faces in front of me expecting something great or some great Big Bang theories from me. But actually this is a small presentation. So let me start by introducing myself. I am Aditya Karthik. I'm working as guest faculty at Department of Economics at St. Xavier's College. So from the past 2 days, I hope most of you must have received an idea about what this SSE or Social Solidarity Economy is. But anyway, before we do some exercises, we used to get warm-ups, or we used to do warm-ups, right? So that matters here also. I'm going to give a brief introduction about what this social and solidarity economy is. So like whenever we study economics, the first definition we would have studied was that old definition given by Lionel Robbins, where economics is a science that studies about scarcity, allocation, resource, choice, and all those things. And we have immense number of theories on different subjects like micro, macro, public finance, and all. But the point is that all these theories which we have studied has missed a lot of variables or a lot of factors that were very vital for the human beings or the whole society, like environment, equity, people, the plurality, all those things. That's where the social and solidarity economic subject, or it evolves as a subject, concentrating on these left out areas. Like Ananda Padmanabhan, the first presenter, has told, the social and solidarity economy stands out as an alternative way of understanding economy by placing people and environment in the center. People and environment are at the center of this scope of or this subject. So, like you might all know, the SSEs includes cooperatives, mutual associations, freight trader organizations, association of informal sectors, etc., etc. So the basic thing is that, remember this point, I'm going to use this everywhere, that the social and solidarity economy, or SSOE, which I have not used here, social solidarity economy, organizations and enterprises are not for profit motive. They work primarily for the society and welfare of the whole section of people. So this make them a bit different from all other organizations that has been existing or that do exist in the society. The second last point, production consumption patterns followed by SSC organizations, enterprises are more environmental friendly. And the last point, besides their economic activities, SSOEs, which is social solidarity economic organizations and enterprises, contribute to the development by interacting with local circuits of production. This is very, very, very important. Like now I'm entering into the topic or my topic, like where can we apply this idea of social and solidarity economy? This has been internationally proved that, have you heard about the concept of sustainable development goals, SDGs, like which we adopted in 2015? The social and solidarity economy has been identified as a key player for extending these social and these SDG goals towards the local governments or the local tiers or the local tiers of system. That means these SSCs have the potential to contribute towards these goals by interacting with each one of us. So this decentralized network is what I'm going to use multiple times. I hope you have understood what I meant. Is it? Okay. Then let me start by an unorthodox or a bit different manner, which is first, let me introduce the challenges faced by SSCs. I'm going to suggest the solutions for these challenges. First one, lack of consensus on working and definition of SSCs. Like how many of you people were aware about such a concept of SSC before this? I heard about this topic a couple of months back from Kristabel ma'am and Mahin Jeter, who is also a PhD scholar. So this is the problem of SSC. Nobody has an idea about what this SSC is, how does this function, and how does this work? How can we evaluate it, all these problems? The second point, which is an extension of the first point, this lack of knowledge exists among public officials who are expected to interact with these SSCs on a day-to-day basis, or who are expected to guide these SSCs. So this is very, very important situations where there is an asymmetry of information among the people. Now, third point, official barriers. This is actually a proverb which I have called official barriers, in the sense an SSC or an SSOE will be working as interdepartmental or interministerial, where they have to combine many ministries, many departments, which is actually troublesome. They have to get permissions, they have to get documentations. All these things are faced by challenges. These challenges are faced. The second point adds to this, because public officials are not aware about the SSCs and their capabilities and all. And the fourth point is inadequate resource allocation. Resource allocation in the sense of human resource as well as fundings. And the last point, risk of discontinued political support. Like in India, every 5 years we elect our governments or political representatives. The party with most majority will be forming a government. But this government, if get replaced by another government, this will be affecting the performance of SSCs. There will be delays in transferring of funds and all this. So these are the 5 points, 5 challenges faced by SSCs all over the world. Okay. So like I have told, SSC works for the welfare of the people, tries to protect the environment, works for the development of local authorities, and all and all and all. So there is another agency which is more powerful than SSC, which has the capability or which is responsible to work for the people, for their development, for all the environment, which is government. Government is way more powerful than SSC, and it's their objective. They are formed basically to protect for the environment, to provide protection for the environment and for the people. Like we have our sayings, for the people, of the people, by the people. So the government and SSCs do share some common objectives. So we might be thinking that, okay, they do have some common objectives, so it must be easy to coordinate their activities, or it must be easy to work for them together. But actually it's not. Unfortunately, there are a lot of problems in this interaction between SSC and government. That's the second point. The interaction may not appear smooth as it is. So the problems which I will explain later. There are a couple of problems which I have shortly mentioned here, like role of SSOEs, autonomy, financial as well as the political autonomy to granted SS, etc. etc. So the government and SSOEs which actually share common objectives has to work together, right? Because they do have the objectives similarities. So this is where actually we need to create a ecosystem. I have used quotes or inverted quotes there. Ecosystem of SSE or ecosystem for SSEs. Now, what do you mean by ecosystem? Ecosystem is nothing, but we have a group of actors. In the sense, there will be SSOEs or social solidarity economy organization and enterprises. There will be political representation. There will be expert panels. There will be legal advisors, and all these group of peoples who actually can contribute something to the development of SSOEs or the social solidarity economics will become a part of this ecosystem. So this ecosystem will actually have a group of people, different concepts, different ideas. Whenever a group of people, like the purpose of this international seminar is just, or international paper presentation is to exchange ideas. I exchange my concepts, views, it will get corrected, you exchange your concepts. Similarly, when a group of people come together at a place to discuss on these topics, it will have different dimensions. So this ecosystem concept, the whole topic of mine is going to revolve around this ecosystem. So please be careful on this. So ecosystem must include a group of interconnected SSOE actors like public aid, all those things which I have explained. And the prime objective of this SSOEs is to clearly define what an SSOE can do, what it cannot do, what are the activities or how it must get evaluated, evaluation of the process, what are the criteria for evaluation, what are the limitations, and all these things will get discussed. So all the rules and regulations will be made in this ecosystem. But the last point is very important. All these rules and regulations must be framed without altering the fundamental principles of SSOEs, which is to protect the people, to protect the environment, and all those things. Point of contact. This may seem like very informal way of addressing this. Point of contact in the sense, government is actually a large machinery. Like in India, we have 3 tiers of government: central government, state governments, and local governments. As you all know, the local governments were given more powers and all during the 73rd and 74th amendment, which the previous presenter commented about. The 73rd and 74th amendment gave a lot of powers to the local government, at least in papers. Many of these implementations are yet to be, many of these recommendations are yet to be implemented. So which government must the SSOE frequently contact with, or what must be the point of contact? It must be subnational levels of government. Now, as you all might be wondering, what is so great about this? It's always easy to, approach the local tiers of government than the higher tiers of government, which is a general argument, which I have mentioned as a last point. It can prevent red tapeism, easily accessible, all those things. But the other points are a bit different, or out of the box thinking, which is a bit different to, which is a bit out of the box for a common man's perspective. Like I have mentioned about the SDGs example, social sustainable development goals example, SSE has the potential to promote sustainable and inclusive development, which is the objective of any government. Like as you all know, let me read the next point also. This become crucial, especially as most of the system witness a reduction in fiscal transfers. If you're following the pattern of fiscal transfers from central and state governments to the third tier government, most of the third tier or the local government or the subnational government are facing a financial crunch, or they are getting lack of resources. Their sources are not effectively utilized. The existing sources are being cashed up or being attacked by the higher authorities in the name of reforms and all this. So the local government, which is the nearest point of contact for any problems, are not able to address this because of the lack of funds or the delay in the lack of funds. Now, quoting Professor Govind Rao, who is an expert in this public financial matters, he has actually introduced a term like vicious circle of low investment. Now, let me explain what this vicious circle of low investment is. Now, when the local government depend excessively on higher governments for intergovernmental transfers, what happens is that the funds will not be getting transferred in a time-based manner, and there will be delays in this transfer. There will be cuttings in this transfer. So this lack of funds will create a kind of irresponsibility and lack of accountability among the local tiers of the government. So this local tier government will not be willing to make great investment, or will not be willing to invest in great plannings and all, which actually curbs the development of local authorities and or local areas. This is where SSOEs, which actually exist for the inclusive and sustainable development, can tie up with the local governments to promote the development of the local areas. Next up, all these things are essential features of that ecosystem, how that ecosystem must be constructed. Co-construction over top-down approach. Whenever there is an interaction between a government and other authority, what happens usually is that government tries to dominate the other people or the other organizations. That will not work here, because there must be a co-construction. Both the people must realize that both of them are really important for its development. So government must acknowledge SSC as a key player in the process of development. This is where the idea of co-construction exists. So co-construction involves creation of a broad group of key actors. The point of ecosystem that I have explained earlier, the local government must take the initiative to create such a group. This group must be involved in all stages of decision making, from identifying the nature of local SSC to its evaluation. There must be coordination with national SSC policy making. All the other points, that it's just an extension of the ecosystem point that I have explained. The last point is that there will be national policies, national agenda, national level SSC norm. So there must be a proper communication and coordination, and this is the responsibility of the subnational level of government. So this is just a continuation. Now, the institutional setup or the ecosystem can be formal or informal in nature. Formal in the sense, there will be a proper legal framework. There will be fixed members who are actually invited to this, and there will not be any flexibility. They will be so rigid. This formal setup brings together both SSC representatives and public officials and offer a favorable policy and political environment for SSC. So this formal structure has been successfully employed in Seoul, if I'm pronouncing it right, the capital of South Korea, where public-private policy making partnership for social economy in Seoul. It was implemented in 2012, where a group of actors of all these SSC members, public politicals, legal advisors, eminent personalities, all they were created. They were permanent members, and they were asked to, suggest, budget, make recommendations, as well as evaluate these policies. So the local authority there, like the Seoul metropolitan government, was so successful in coordinating all these activities, and they got the result too. There was immense development in the local administration or the local areas. This became so popular that in the next elections, each political parties had a group of social economic committees, which actually advised each of the candidates. Each candidates were advised to include, these ideas of SSCs and all in their agendas. Like when we meet elections, these candidates used to propose, okay, if I get elected, I am going to do this and those. Now, all these activities, a group of SSC members, a group of SSC committees were created, like party-wise. In each party, it was existing. So this was a successful model in Seoul. Seoul has been a lot of example. This example of South Korean capital state will be, you can witness it in it. Seoul is one of the successful models, one of the places where this SSC model has been very successful over the years. So this is the case for formal setup. But we cannot say that informal setup is weak or not as efficient as formal setup, because informal setup provides a great degree of flexibility. It can include a lot of SSC members, like members who are not, if there is a current updation, they can involve them, they can remove them. So there is a flexibility in this. This flexible informal model was applied in Barcelona, Spain, where PIESS, actually it's a abbreviation for a Spanish term. Sorry if I'm pronouncing it as wrong. Plan Impulse de Economía Social Solidaria. This is the Spanish word for PIESS. This is actually an informal and flexible word where a lot of SSC members were invited, they were presented, they were removed. So this offer a great degree of flexibility. Now, the last but not the least, there was a hybrid system. Hybrid system, this was actually applied in Brazil, where it was called as Cmase. So this was an ecosystem for SSCs created on the basis of hybrid era or hybrid system, like where it had the properties of both formal and informal sector. I hope you guys are following this, right? Okay. Now, political entrepreneurs. Political entrepreneurs. This is a term coined by UNRISD, or United Nations Institutions for Social Science Development, if I'm right. So political entrepreneurs means the people who are capable to lead the ecosystem of SSOE. Capability in the sense, they are the people who are responsible for coordinating all these activities. So why do we call them political entrepreneurs? Because they are dealing with one side, they are dealing with SSOEs, and on the other side, they are dealing with political leaders or government. So they must be flexible enough to accommodate both these ideas without, like, government will have its own concerns, elections, politicals, and all those things. So they must have that political awareness. At the same time, they must have that entrepreneur skills from the point of view of SSE or SSOEs to involve to accept their ideas without any values being lost in this transaction or interaction. So a strong leader is very enough for this ecosystem, which is actually a great problem in many SSOEs functions. Okay, like the next point is that I think I'm running out of time. Am I running out of time? Yes. So I will quickly go through it. Okay. So, like, how can we mainstream SSOEs? Like, how can we bring out the SSOEs which are in the backing in every development? How can we bring these people to limelight? This is where I'm planning to go for the last slide. Integrating SSC in development plans. Like, how can we integrate these plans? This slide is really important. This is my last slide. I have not involved a lot of information here too, because it would be a great mess. So I would like to explain it orally. First, the principle of co-construction, which means government as well as the SSOEs must collaborate. They must form an ecosystem. There must be a political entrepreneur, like all those points which I have explained. The next point is creation of legal framework for SSC will enhance the process of recognition, consolidation, and expansion of the same. This is where it gets tricky. The legal framework doesn't mean that it must interact with government. The legal framework, when an SSC, which all these points must be interrupted by keeping an idea that SSCs are not working for profit. They are working for the welfare of the people, or their primary objective is for the development of the society. This objective must be kept. So keeping in mind this objective, an SSOE might start, it might work smoothly, but when some legal issues came, when some legal clashes come up, these SSOEs will be treated like any other organizations which work for profit motive, if there are no specific legal frameworks for SSCs. What happens is that actually the people who wish to do something for this society in the form of SSCs will get demotivated by seeing all these legal havocs and all. And in addition to that, if we are not addressing their special nature, they will get, they will be treated like an irresponsible or irrelevant agency because they will not be earning a lot of profits and all. So special legal framework must exist for SSCs. Second point, empowering the SSE through capacity building and training through universities, government agencies, private organizations. Empowering and educating SSEs. This has two aspects. The first aspect is that, just like I told in my challenges, the public officials are not aware about what this SSE is, what is all about this. Like I told, I heard about this SSE about 2 or 3 months back. So public officials who actually interact, who are expected to interact with this, must be effectively educated and must be properly communicated. They must have a proper idea of what this SSE is and all this. So tailor-made courses can be provided through universities and private organizations and all, so that they will get an idea of it. On the other side, these SSEs, which are actually existing for helping this local development, they might face some issues on the course of development. Like when a big project is at their hand, they might face, it might be essential for some expert advice and all these things. So the local authorities must arrange some kind of scholarships and transfer of funds for the most effective and efficient SSEs, which must be selected on purely on the merit basis. So this is important. So education, both the public officials or the stakeholders and the SSEs, whenever they face challenges, the government must try to bring out experts from other places of the world, educate them. Then enhancing the access to finance through innovative financial instruments. Let me be very quick. Like SSEs, usually their source of income will be membership fees, the loans, debt, equity, all those traditional format. But remember what I said, SSEs do not work for profit. So there might be a limitation in all these sources of traditional funds. This is where, innovative financial instruments can be arranged. Let me narrate two innovative financial instruments. One is social impact bonds. Social impact bonds, many environmental economists must be aware about this. Social impact bonds are nothing. Instead of making government responsible for all these economic developmental activities, we bring together a co-investor and an SSOEs. And we ask them to invest in the current project. They will invest. It will get evaluated by the government. Once everything is fine, government will pay them the fund plus a small interest. An additional payment will be made to them for the time period, for the time delay and fund. Once everything, and the SSOE can extend their activities over the period of time to other people and all. So this is very important. This has a lot of criticism. And the last and the second innovative financial instrument is tax share. Tax share, in the sense, it has been successfully applied in Italy, where each taxpayer can contribute 0.5% of their taxes towards a particular SSE, and they will get exemptions when they pay taxes. Another point, crowdfunding in the sense, these media, social medias, using all those social medias, they can collect funds from the interested people, spreading out their ideas, like we are educating people, so need funds, all these traditional funds. So these funds must be evaluated. Now, why we need to add this, that in order to receive funds from an external organization and all this, there must be proper legal framework. This is where the second point. So I hope you are able to connect all the dots. So the legal framework must be accommodated to include all this. Now, my very last point, ensuring adequate access to market for delivering goods and service. Like SSEs work for non-profit organizations, they work for social and public welfare, all those things. So keeping in mind, the government must show a special interest in them. Like in the case of public procurement, they can impose some certain criteria. Okay, we will invite tender, but only 15, all those companies who apply for the social tender must satisfy some social eligibility criteria and all those things like that. And private markets, this is where it gets tricky. The government can actually ask the other organizations to take a certain percentage of their inputs from SSOE's activities and all. And the last thing, like George Akerlof said back in 1970s, solving the asymmetry of information. Like we all love to eat good food, right? We all want good vegetables, toxic-free, pesticide-free vegetables, which we call as organic farming or organic method. Should I stop? Okay, like organic farming. I didn't expect this to be this long. When I was practicing, everything was over in 5 minutes. So we all love organic food, right? And there are people who actually produce organic farming products also. But are we able to purchase it? So there is some asymmetry of information. So this is where government can actually promote these SSOEs by conducting exhibitions and all things. That's all. So thank you for being patiently waiting. Tolerating.
Thank you, sir. That was an informative session. Next, and now we will have a combined paper presentation by Aishwarya BS and Kavya B, presenting their paper titled Need for Public Policies in Support of Social Solidarity Economy. Both Aishwarya BS and Kavya B are currently students of second year MA Economics, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Welcome Aishwarya BS and Kavya B.
I'm Aishwarya. Me and my friend Kavya is going to present on the topic role of SSEs and public. A case study of Kudumbashree and Seva model. First of all, I would like to thank respected Principal Ma'am for giving us this opportunity. I am extremely glad to present this paper before Shan sir, who is my former teacher. About the topic, the social solidarity economy refers to the production of goods and services by organizations and enterprises of ordinary people that have explicit social and often environmental objectives and are guided by principles and practices of cooperation, solidarity, ethics, and democratic self-management. So mainly solidarity economy focuses on the aspect where ordinary people play a key role in all dimensions of life, whether it be social, economic, political, likewise. So social economy institutions and organizations play an important role in promoting livelihood and mainly job creation in the fight against social evils such as poverty. Social solidarity economy enterprises emerge in communities that mobilize in order to promote their development. So it includes traditional cooperatives, associations, fair trade organizations, association of informal sector workers, social enterprises, and community currency and alternative financing schemes. The rapid growth of SSEs take place primarily in the global south, that is in countries like India. In this context, we are examining two of the main association of informal sector women workers originated in India, Kudumbashree in Kerala and Seva model that is originated in Ahmedabad in Gujarat, and how successful these models are in promoting women empowerment and building solidarity among women. So the objectives of the paper were to examine two main models of community mobilization experiment, Kudumbashree and Seva, and to identify the role of collective action and its significance in enhancing capabilities and entitlement of women at grassroots level. The paper is based on a review of literature method and secondary data. So coming to Kudumbashree, Kudumbashree can be considered, Kudumbashree is basically a grassroots level poverty eradication and women empowerment program conceived as a joint program of Government of Kerala and NABARD, implemented through community development societies of poor women, which serve as a community wing of local government. So it can be considered as a state strategy for bottom-up planning, which brought out in the wake of decentralization of power. microcredit, entrepreneurship, empowerment were considered as the three vital components of Kudumbashree, which has a current strength of 45 lakh women across 3 lakh neighborhood groups in Kerala. So, going to the origin of Kudumbashree, it was implemented when the government was inspired by the progress and impact of the community development society experimentation in Alapi and Malappuram areas in 1993. Later, the government officially recognized these community development societies as legitimate bodies of women, considering their participatory approach in the social sphere. So Kudumbashree is basically a three-tier structure which consists of neighborhood groups, area development societies, and community development society. So the name Kudumbashree itself suggests the perspective of a family, which comes out with the motto, reaching out to families through women and reaching out to communities through families. It has evolved as a dynamic tool of empowerment that has brought a radical changes in the lives of women and their families. So now currently Kudumbashree stands as one of the largest microfinance institutions in Kerala. Apart from providing financial assistance to their members, it extended their scope of activities in many fields such as manufacturing of consumer goods, skill upgrading, organic farming, poultry, agribusiness, food processing, catering, etc. When the state and it also incorporated a sense of faith and say faith in women to step out from their homes and transit into a social and economic life. When the state introduced 33% of reservation for women in three-tier local bodies, it was to Kudumbashree member political parties turned out for potential candidates. When it was raised to 50% in 2010, many of the women, it helped hundreds of women to come out into electoral plunge. And the mission has also been selected as the nodal agency for the implementation of National Urban Livelihood Mission in the state level. From the microcredit scheme, the mission has succeeded to provide a lot of members to free from the clutches of local money lenders, and it have also gave birth to around 30,000 micro enterprises. Kudumbashree have basically come out with many interesting projects such as Janagiya Hotel. Janagiya Hotel means when the government implemented a hunger-free state in 2020, the Kudumbashree run canteens around the local governments, providing food with a plate of ₹20. Except that is empowerment through knowledge, skill, attitudinal change, and traits is a training program to women, especially from lower strata of the society, to promote them in business ventures. Then Amritam Nutrimix. Amritam Nutrimix has currently bagged the nutritional award in the UN Food Work Program in 2022. That is a nutritional mix produced and distributed by Kudumbashrees in Anganwadis for children. And Santwana is a major interaction of Kudumbashree in healthcare, and Snehita. It can be considered as a immediate help or motivation or counseling of Kudumbashree to victims of violence. So mainly considering this cooperative in the state of emergency, their role in COVID time and flood time is very remarkable. Relief work done by Kudumbashree during Kerala flood was remarkable. A total of 4 lakh women volunteers participated in Kerala relief work. They have engaged in all fields, including cleaning, providing mental support and counseling to people. And they have also contributed around 7.44 to CM Relief Fund. And during the pandemic, banks in Kerala also provided around 1,000 crore as industry credit to 25 lakh Kudumbashree members. And 38,000 members opened their own homes for shelter for flood affected people. It has also contributed to several aspects of COVID management in the state. Their services range from arranging treatment centers in association with local bodies, providing pulse oximeters to the needy in every ward to offering assistance to public to connect with local bodies. Mainly, Kudumbashree can be considered as an considered as a policy intervention. The basic aim of a policy is to include equity, sustainability, and inclusion in the society. And this grassroots level program has succeeded in these aspects. Now I welcome Kavya for the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Good afternoon, one and all. I will be presenting the second case, which was mentioned by Aishwarya, that is SEWA, Self-Employed Women's Association. I'll begin my presentation by giving a brief description on SEWA, or the Self-Employed Women's Association. Self-Employed Women's Association was formed in 1972 in Ahmedabad district of Gujarat. It was formed by then TLF Women Wing leader Elaban Bhatt, and even today it is one and only one central level trade union for women engaged in informal sector works. Basically, it addresses the struggles of poor self-employed women workers, and SSA identifies vendors, hawkers, home-based workers, and labor and service providers as self-employed workers. In 2021, it was reported that there were 2.1 million members in SEWA, and it was also spread across 18 different states in India, which includes Gujarat, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, etc. Since it was a sister organization at the time of formation of TLA, Textile Labor Association, it drew its inspiration from Gandhian principles like non-violence and truth, khadi, etc. And it works for two different objectives, full employment and self-reliance. Coming to the first objective, full employment, it works to ensure work security, food security, social security, and income security. And second, self-reliance, it works for developing decision-making autonomy among the member women, and it engages its members through a union, then cooperatives, and also member services. SEWA also adopts an integrated approach by including which involves organizing, capacity building, social security, and capital accumulation. Now let's look at the growth of SEWA from being a simple trade union to an organization with international recognition. SEWA was formed in 1972, and within 2 years of its formation, it established SEWA Bank, which kickstarted the microfinance movement. And later in 1977, Elaban Bhatt received Raman Magsaysay Award, which gave SEWA international recognition. And in 1981, the relationship between TLA, that is Textile Labor Association, and SEWA strained, and as a result, SEWA started working independently. In 1997, International Labor Organization recognized the home-based workers as workers, and in 2014, with commendable effort from SEWA, Street Vendors Act was passed. And from being a small organization, it developed to a massive organization. Now, we'll move on to SEWA and its policy interventions. SEWA was created as a means by which poor, self-employed women could access justice and combat violence and exploitation by using a tool of struggle and collective bargaining. SEWA has also introduced microfinance loan programs to encourage capital accumulation as well as mobilization of savings. And it also helped in institution building and supporting social infrastructure. Women women who were members of SEWA actually able to voice their needs with the newly formed collective bargaining power. And also, in addition, they received training on financial management, business management. They are capable of fighting for their own legal rights now. Now, we'll look at the policy interventions at different levels. At global level, International Labour Organization has nominated SEWA as a commissioner in the high-level Global Commission of Future of Work. SEWA is also closely working with ILO, International Labour Organization, on different fronts. At national level, SEWA lobbied for over 25 years for the Unorganized Worker Social Security Act 2008. It was also a member of Advisory Committee of National Commission on Enterprises in the Unorganized or Informal Sector. It also has representation in several central level committees and also working groups. Another one is SEWA put a commendable effort in bringing the Street Vendors Act and also establishing National Rural Livelihood Mission. And at state level in Gujarat, it lobbied for Urban Informal Economy Welfare Board and also scheme enactment of street vendors of Ahmedabad. Now we'll move on to the findings of our study. Kudumbashree and SEWA are two different successful model of women association which help the women to earn a living and also to voice their needs. There are several studies which shows that it has reduced exploitation and also improved self-esteem among poorest of the poor women. One thing to be noted is that it is demand-driven, or two of these models are demand-driven, which means that they can cater directly to the needs of the poor women. Next is women's joint liability groups and collective bargaining has also has positive effects on resource mobilization and also development of the women empowerment and development at large. Also, development of improved living standards among women means improved living standard for the entire family and the economy at large. One thing these models help to build is political empowerment. Women are no longer voiceless. They have a voice. They can voice for their needs. Therefore, better working conditions, better wages, etc. And one thing to be noticed that can always act as an alternate. In countries, developing countries like India, government might not be able to reach out to each and every person. So these organizations work at grassroots level and can support government in government in different ways. So our suggestions are, although it is proven these two models are successful in providing credit, organizing women, there are areas like social support areas like healthcare and childcare where it has not been strengthened. So that is an area that needs to be strengthened. Another one is it is an organization engaged in organizing informal sector. So it can be made more inclusive by adding more disadvantaged groups to it, like transgender women and other communities who are equally disadvantaged. And Kudumbashree and SEWA also has scope to penetrate deeper in India and bring more positive results. As conclusion, what we would like to convey is that every being is talented and those who are disadvantaged are talented, but they do not have sufficient resources to go to that greater productivity. So cooperatives and associations actually ease the journey for these disadvantaged people and sometimes can go hand in hand with government in countries, developing countries like India, and help government to bring those policy changes which cater to the needs of the poorest and the disadvantaged groups. Thank you.
Our final presentation for this section is by Mohammad Hassain T, who will be presenting his paper titled A Study on Cryptocurrencies in the Light of Islamic Financial System. Mohammad Hassain T is now currently working as research scholar in Islamic Theology, ICS Academy, Manyapatta, Manjeri, Malappuram. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Chairperson and my teachers and friends. Today, I would like to talk about a study on cryptocurrency in the light of Islamic financial system. So I think it is the word of the cryptocurrency is the new things to someone. So let me introduce by the give an overview about the cryptocurrencies. Then we can discuss the how it is under the Islamic financial system. In 2008, an unknown person, a group or organization named as Satoshi Nakamoto launched the first electronic peer-to-peer transaction on the basis of decentralization under the blockchain technology. The word crypto refers to various encryptors. The cryptocurrencies refers to various encryptions, algorithms, and unique cryptography techniques. It is also referring a new model of digitalization. It is merely focused to the decentralized system and industry privacy and security. As a result, it came to financial institution by privatization, profit, and socialized losses. So, on my literature review, there are several papers are published since 2008. The Harry demonstrated certain condition and invested portfolio selection in cryptocurrencies. Another paper deliberated on how Bitcoin operates its independent hedging capabilities. And one of the last paper is my last paper. I find out that the government public cryptocurrency have feasibility in the financial system. So this research is going the qualitative methodology by analyzing secondary data sources. And the main objective of this research is to understand the concept of the cryptocurrency and to understand challenges, find out the applicable solutions, and to distinguish the concept of the cryptocurrency in the light of Islamic Sharia or Islamic financial system, and to safeguard investors and businessmen and laymen from the business. So let me go to findings and discussions. There are three key features of cryptocurrencies. It has no intrinsic value. The cryptocurrencies have no intrinsic value. It has no physical form. It has no existing in the world. It is an imaginary one. And it also decentralization, because the cryptocurrency is never sanctioned by government or any public organizations. It has no central point of failure. If the cryptocurrency market is crashed down, we cannot approach any particular organization or any particular government because it has no central point of the failure. So we want to understand the cryptocurrency transaction, how the process of the cryptocurrency, how we work in the world. The first method is a transaction. In the transaction method, an individual or a person requesting a cryptocurrency or Bitcoin. We can take an example of the cryptocurrency as a Bitcoin. They're requesting one Bitcoin from by using his mobiles and or computer. And there is a group of networkers who are included miners. The miners are processing his requestings. And then the miners are complete to match the blockers with their nonce and with the headers. It take with the 10 minutes to take the translation to the requests. And after that, will be the miners will be get a reward as completion of their processing for the request. And then that the transaction will be created a block. And in the blockchain technology, each transaction considers a block. So this in the blockchain technology, under the blockchain technology. So the various countries are approach a different level of the cryptocurrencies. The cryptocurrency, the nature of cryptocurrencies are argumented. There were many controversial comments against the nature of cryptocurrency. So how the nations approach the nature of the cryptocurrency. So taking Japan, the payment service at June 2017. They are approaching the cryptocurrency as a property value for a payment or equivalent value for purchase goods. And coming to the Brazil, they also consider the cryptocurrency as a financial asset. So if a financial asset, that is subject to the transactions. And to come into Canada, Canada is a virtual currency and money service and also money services. And German, there is a financial instrument, but a not legal tender. This means non-legal tender, we cannot approach as even the failure, even the crash the crypto market. In India, it's also similar to the German. It is not legal. The government is not give the permission to the cryptocurrencies, but is not subject to the legal tender.
So on this perspective, there are many countries as utterly banned or absolutely banned the transaction of the cryptocurrencies and implicitly banned. The implicitly banned means there is the transaction you can go with the transaction, but if the fail is come from the government not be compensated to you. So official ban is utterly banned. It is illegal. The transaction of the cryptocurrency is illegal in the countries of Bangladesh, China, Iraq, and Nepal, Qatar, Algeria, and etc. That's countries also. And implicit ban is more of the country. I put something here: Oman, Pakistan, Maldives, Turkey, and etc. And come to the cryptocurrency. While the cryptocurrencies, there are two types of cryptocurrencies. Such cryptocurrencies are working on the demand and supply of the market. As such, cryptocurrencies are pegged with the other currencies. Like Ethereum and Tether, it is the example for the is pegged with the USD dollars. The value of the Ethereum and Tether is changing by depending the increasing and decreasing of the fluctuation of the USD dollars. But in the such Bitcoin, is in the case of the Bitcoin, the value of the changing and is the volatility is become to be as the part of the demand and supply of the consumers and sellers. So there are many companies, the external forces to create the demand for the cryptocurrencies, the acceptance of the reputed companies as a payment. The Microsoft and Analytic, Wikipedia, Reis, American Red Crosses, Overstock.com, Dell, Expedia, they are considered, they are approach the cryptocurrency as a payment. We can buy a Microsoft, we can buy a Windows 10 software from the Microsoft by giving a Bitcoin, by giving a cryptocurrency, because they also accepted the payment of the payment as in cryptocurrency. So while we come to these are all the basic information about the cryptocurrencies. We need from this basic information to analyze the Islamic finance system. On the modern concept we are discussing about that. So this on that I told the concept that demand supply, the cryptocurrency markets are downly going to crash day by day. We can see in the newspaper they're going to crash down. So on the Islamic finance system, the main basis of the Islamic finance is the laws of Islamic Sharia. The laws of Islamic Sharia derive from the Quran and the teaching of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him. So the basic 4 principles are given under the Islamic finance system. We can, whether we study in Islamic economy, we can understand the Islamic economy is free from interest, and there is a prohibition of the speculations and free from uncertainty and risky, and investing then prohibited the investing in business involved forbidden activities. These are many 4 principles of Islamic finance system. So we need to classify, we want to understand how the Islam's approach the cryptocurrencies nature. Then we discuss the countries' approaches to cryptocurrencies. Some countries approach the financial assets, some other countries approach the financial instruments like that. How the Islamic countries, how Islamic economy is approach the cryptocurrencies. We know the wealth we can classify into commodity and money. So isn't crypto into commodity? Let us discuss. Ibn Pandit state, he's the one of the greatest scholar. This word is titled in the Sahih Bukhari, which is the legitimate source in Islamic. So he said the wealth is defined what is the wealth. That wealth is all form of the wealth, except the medium of exchange. Except of the medium of change is the wealth. He stated, and Ibn Rushd stated the purpose of the wealth. The purpose of the wealth is the commodity as a direct benefit than transaction. The purpose of the commodity is a benefit than that transaction. So what is Islamic Islamic giving the condition for the if a commodity to be wealth, there are certain conditions that are given below, recognized by Sharia valuable beneficial form. Their commodity must be beneficial form and recognized by Sharia. And when we can identify that product, and then we can transfer to another one, and also we can be on. When we transfer to one, they can own that product, and it have intrinsic value can then benefit. So from this condition, we can check which are the conditions are satisfied in the cryptocurrencies, the crypto and commodity. What are we explain the condition of the Islamic commodity wealth conditions. We want to classify it to crypto. So the recognized by Sharia valuable beneficial form is satisfied. We can buy cryptocurrencies from a Windows 10 from Microsoft. This is a benefit to them. So, and we can identify, so one Bitcoin, we can identify that and can be transferred. While I transfer one Bitcoin to another person, and he owns that. So these two conditions are satisfied in that, but it has no intrinsic value. The cryptocurrency have not the intrinsic value. So there is one condition is not satisfied. So if there is no one condition is not satisfied, it not be a wealth. So it not be a commodity. So another chance probably to in the wealth is to be a money. So we want to discuss what is money. The Islamic finance system state the definition of money by the I quote the Ibn Rushd state the purpose of money between unmined gold and silver. The primary purpose is transaction. The Islam is aimed with the money. The purpose of the transaction. In the case of commodity, it is a benefit form. But in the case of the money, it is a transaction form because Islam and put forward a condition for to be a money. What is the condition to be a money in Islam? The unit of it must be unit on account and medium of exchange and store of value is widely accepted by the government or king. So these are four conditions must be satisfied if there are money in the Islamic finance system. So we want to consider, we want to analyze which are the conditions I say here satisfied. We can unit of account is a satisfied because one Bitcoin is one unit of Bitcoin. It's a satisfied. The medium of exchange we can give a one Bitcoin to the any companies Wikipedia, we can get it. We use that one Bitcoin as a medium of exchange. So that condition also satisfied. There's a store of value. The one Bitcoin has the store of value of one Bitcoin. So the store of values, while discussing the store of value, that may be the volatile nature, then may fly, they will highly fluctuated because the nature of volatility in the cryptocurrency. So because the volatility is there existing, but the store of value cannot deplete it. There are the value of the existing. So it widely accepted by the government okay, because this condition not satisfied because there is neither government, no organizations, no state recognized or sanctioned as a legal matter as a cryptocurrency. Because we cannot, I said before that it has no central point to failure. We cannot approach anyone, even the market crashes. So we understand there is two problems. One problem in the money to be a money in the cryptocurrency, and to be if we consider cryptocurrency as a commodity, is there is a one condition not satisfied. So the other basic problems also there. The subject to uncertainty. The uncertainty is the Islamic financial system. The basic is the free from the uncertainty. But in the case of the crypto market, is the subject to the uncertainty because there is no legal tender. There's no legal tender. We cannot approach to anyone. No physical. There's another one, another problem because no physical one is no existing here. Why we're discussing no existing here? There are many things no existing here. There is no importance to discussing the topic of the non-existing here. So there is some controversial comment of non-physical and it's imaginary one. So we want to solve these all the problems by solve to get a feasibility to the transaction to the cryptocurrency as in under the Islamic financial system. If we can solve it, if we subject to the legal tender, if the cryptocurrency is subject to legal tender, it will be satisfied the condition of Islamic financial system. And if the cryptocurrency is put with another currencies, it is also free from the uncertainty conditions. So after applying this solution, the problem will be satisfied. These two solutions we need to apply. Then we can solve this problem from this world. There is no fluctuations there because if the currency is pegged with any currency, any another currency of nation, it will be the volatility nature will be come down. The volatility is the main reason for the China's regret. China created the official ban in their country. So when I go by conclusion, the legal tender cryptocurrencies will deplete the uncertain condition. The cryptocurrency, cryptocurrency as permitted to transaction under Sharia law. More research and academics are needed to cause new method of feasibility opportunity. I shall look innovators in this subject. So thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you for your informative presentation, sir. And also thanking Kavya B and Aishwarya BS for their wonderful earlier presentation. Now the floor is open for questions. Both online and offline participants can pose their questions. Okay, I now invite the chairperson of the session, Dr. Shanu S, to make concluding remarks.
Thank you. I appreciate all the paper presenters here and also establish the link between public policy and social and solidarity economics. The first paper presented by Ananda Padmanabhan about the principle of solidarity economy on basic policy in India. So in this paper, he argued that as vaccine policy, he made a contradictory statement that nation cannot form a solidarity economics, and at the same time, he established that the vaccine policy of India is considered as a example for solidarity economics. Are you there, Ananda Padmanabhan?
Yes, sir. I'm just here. I just rejoined.
Okay, okay. In the second presentation, Ramasamy on dependency and underspending of municipal corporation in Kerala. He well presented about the different funding sources and dependency of local self-governments. But I can like to make a statement on that. The allocation of fund, timing of allocation of fund is another problem faced by this local self-government regarding this underutilization of funds. Regarding the public policy framing for social and solidarity economics by Adit S. Karthik. He well presented the topic, and I have a question to you that he told that the social solidarity organized enterprises work with the government agencies to construct the or strengthen the solidarity economics. But in actual practice, in every way, when they cooperate, the dominance of the government sector. So how it is possible that the construction of solidarity economics between this upper handshake of the government and this operation of the social enterprises is possible with the flexibility of their decision making and policy making. Okay. Another presentation is about the cryptocurrencies in the light of Islamic financial system by Mohammed Hassan T. Okay. Then in this presentation, he argued that as per the Sharia principle, the one thing is not possible, that there is uncertainty and risk is not allowed in Islam, that it is not it cannot be considered as a Sharia principle, or a currency which is uncertain or risk is not considered as a currency. But on the final statement, you connected this, solved this uncertainty through pegging this currency with another official currency of nation. So I have a doubt regarding this, how it is possible or how it is clarified, like how it becomes justifiable or can be considered as a currency when it pegged with other currency. The risk and uncertainty of this cryptocurrencies still remains there. Okay. And the presentation of Aishwarya BS and Kavya B on the need of public policies in support of SSC, they well presented the contributions of Kudumbasri and Seva in social and economic decision making. Thank you all. The floor is open for discussion.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon Padmaraj V of First MA Economics to deliver the vote of thanks. Ananda Padmanabhan. Ananda Padmanabhan?
Yes.
Okay, you can answer the questions now.
Pardon me, my network. I had a network problem. I couldn't hear the question. Can you repeat the question?
Hello, Ananda Padmanabhan, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
So in the initial part of your presentation, you told that a nation cannot form an SSE. Right?
Yes.
Okay. At the same time, you argued that, or you consider, the vaccine policy of India during the COVID time is considered as a social and solidarity economics. Is an example for social and solidarity economics.
Yes.
Could you please give some clarification about this?
Yeah, I meant that in the conventional definitions of SSEs, they don't really mention about nations as institutions of SSEs. SSEs are usually mutual organizations or institutions or social enterprises, but they don't usually mention nations or countries as such as institutions of SSEs. So my presentation was pointing out that nations also shall be included as an SSE based on their policies and based on the principles with which they make policies. In my presentation, India was having a vaccine policy which shall be traced back to the principles of SSEs. That was the hypothesis of my study. I hope you're clear, sir.
Is it clear? Okay, Aditya Skati, you.
Well, sir, thank you for the compliment. Now, how can we reduce the dominance of government in such kind of organization? That's a controversial, very tough to answer questions. A couple of suggestions would be: first one, designing the legal frameworks by including political entrepreneurs who can actually mediate between government and the ideas of SSOEs. The second point would be make the SSOEs aware about their rights. They are also part of this team. They can make significant contributions. They are not at the mercy of government to make a kind of thought process in their head. These two would be the most immediate actions. The long-term, solutions for these would be having a pre-described or very detailed laws and regulations treating both of them equals. I think these three suggestions would be applicable. Thank you.
Now, Mohammed Haseen T, you can now give your explanation regarding the questions.
So the cryptocurrency naturally is highly volatile. So we cannot, when the crypto market is flashed down, we cannot approach to anyone because there is no central value failure. While we permit to the any other nationals of currency, that means it's legally tendered. If the government is sanctioned that currency, so we can approach the government for our in crypto marketplaces. Yeah.
Our money is at the same time, as per the Sharia principle, it can be considered as a currency. Is it considered as a currency?
As per the Sharia, there is one condition. There is 4 conditions for that. There is one is there is we consider in under the Sharia it is a money by satisfying it is sanctioned by the government. In the case of the cryptocurrency, that doesn't satisfied by the government. By we plugin this currency crypto to the currency, we satisfy that condition. I need to more readings on the subject. So pardon.
Thank you all for your valuable questions and responses. And now I now call upon Padmaraj V of First MA Economics to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. It has been such an honor to be the part of this wonderful event, and I'm glad to be standing here to express my vote of thanks, as we have come to the end of this 3-day national conference on cooperatives, mutual aid, and solidarity economies experiencing around the world. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the chairperson of this session, Dr. Shanul S. Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Government College for Women, Tirupati. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to thank Anandavatmanaban S. Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, MG College, Tirupati, for this wonderful session. Thank you, sir. Also, I would like to thank Ramaswamy N. Research Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for the session. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Adit S. Karthik, Guest Lecturer, Department of Economics, St. Xavier's College, Tiruvandhuram, for this wonderful session. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Aishwarya B.S. Kavya B., Second MA Economics, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for this session. Thank you. I would also thank Mohammed Haseen P., Research Scholar in Islamic Theology, ICS Academy, Manaputta, Manjeri, Malappuram, for an incisive session on the topic. Thank you, sir. I also take this opportunity to thank Dr. Shija Esa, Professor and HOD of the Department of Economics, for her immense support and for guiding us throughout this session. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank Dr. Christabel PJ for organizing such an eventful program. Thank you, ma'am. And all the faculty members who gave their impactful support and guidance throughout the event. Thank you. Finally, I would like to thank all of you present here for making the time to be with us today and helping us making this event a grand success. A wide round of applause and thanks to all the participants who made the event a memorable one. Once, thank you and one and all.
Good evening, one and all. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, teachers, non-teaching staffs, and my dear friends. It gives me immense pleasure to extend to you a very warm welcome on behalf of Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Today, we are gathered here for the valedictory session of the third National Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies, Experiences from Around the World, Cmase 3.0, organized by Department of Economics, University of Kerala. I extend my warm welcome to all the dignitaries who present here, faculty members, research scholars, and each and everyone who is present here. Welcome all. Without further delay, we will begin with the official proceedings. First of all, I extend my warm welcome to Dr. Shija S.R., Professor and Head, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. She received her BA, MA, and PhD from the University of Kerala. She was also awarded with K.N. Raj Fellowship instituted by Center for Development Studies, Thiruvananthapuram. I warmly welcome her for addressing the gathering. Ma'am, please.
Respected Professor Jones PCA, Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Kerala, Dr. Christopher PJ, Associate Professor, Department of Economics and Organizing Secretary of this seminar, faculty members of this department, Dr. Anitavi, Dr. Prasad Eki, Dr. Manju S. Nair, Sri Siddiq, and faculty members from various sister departments and various colleges, research scholars, and my dear students. It gives me immense pleasure to chair this valedictory session of the three-day National Conference on Cooperation, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies, Experience from Around the World, organized by the Department of Economics, University of Kerala. And over the last 3 days, we have had deep insights into several major issues and challenges related to social and solidarity economies. And I am very happy to know that the lively sessions held as part of this seminar, productive deliberations and discussions took place. And I would like to congratulate the organizers, particularly the organizing secretary, Dr. Christabel, and her team for successfully running this national seminar. I also take this opportunity to request all PhD students and research scholars to attend all programs organized by the department regularly and actively participate in the discussions that are taking place. As you all know, Mr. Joseph is the director of School of Social Sciences, University of Kerala, and he's here with us to deliver the valedictory address. He's an eminent political scientist, and most of you might have seen in various channel discussions. And I'm very happy to inform you that he is also a former student of Karivattam campus, and during his student days also he was used to actively participate in all events and activities that were organized in the campus during that time. With immense pleasure, I once again welcome Professor Joseph to the event. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Shivnamal M, PhD scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for delivering the rapporteur's report of the 3-day National Conference on Social and Solidarity Economies. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Reshma. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Josephine CA, Director, School of Social Science, University of Kerala, Dr. Shija SR, Professor and Head, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, Dr. PJ Christabel, Organizing Secretary of the Conference, and the Associate Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, and all other teachers and non-teaching staff, University of Kerala, students and researchers, and my dear friends, a warm good afternoon to all. I am here to present Rapporteur's report. Let me begin. The 3-day national conference entitled Cooperative Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies, Experiences from Around the World, Cmase 3.A, conducted from 1st to 3rd December 2022, was organized by Dr. Christabel PJ, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, Karivattam Campus, Thiruvananthapuram. A short report of the same is presented in the following session. Inaugural session. The event was opened by the welcome address and the theme presentation by Dr. Christabel PJ, Associate Professor, Department of Economics and the Organizing Secretary of the conference. She presented the theme Cooperative Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies, Experiences from Around the World, and started by highlighting the quality of the people, especially from Global South, to find their indigenous ways to tackle their economic needs using social support available in their neighborhood. The presidential address was given by Dr. Shija SR, Professor and Head, Department of Economics. The inaugural address was delivered by Professor Dr. Sajjad Ibrahim, Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Kerala. Felicitation was given by Dr. Gopchandran KG, Member Syndicate, University of Kerala. The keynote address for the inaugural session of the National Conference was provided by Dr. Beena PL, Associate Professor, Center for Development Studies, Thiruvananthapuram. A large number of the scholars, researchers, and students actively participated in the session. Marla Elizabeth Phillips, second MA student, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, has delivered the out of thanks for the session. Technical session 1. The theme of the session was Sustainable Investment Production and SEC. Welcome was done by Adira P. Nair, second MA Economics, and the session was chaired by Sri Siddhikar, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. The speakers of the session were Reshmi R. Nair, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, University College, Thiruvananthapuram, and presented on the topic, the catastrophic healthcare expenditure among elderly in Kerala, the need for a social support system. The second presentation was done by C.B. Nadivilakandi, HOD, Department of Economics, Government College, Nedumangad, on the topic, mitigating food insecurity among marginalized, role of formal food-based safety nets. The next presentation was done by Kezia Gangmei, Research Scholar, Economics Department, Northeastern Hill University. And the last presentation had been done by Aparna PR, Project Fellow, University of Kerala. The out of thanks of the session had been done by Devika S, second MA Economics. Then technical session second. The second session of The second session was chaired by Dr. M.S. Jayakumar, Associate Professor, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala. There were 4 presentations for the session. The first presentation was done by Mr. Manas R. Bhaumik, an Associate Professor at Ramakrishna Mission Vidya Mandir, Kolkata. The title of the paper was Cooperative and Clusters Handloom Weaving Industry. The second paper was presented by Shafiq Rahimi, research scholar at Kerala University. Paper is titled Effect of NGOs Activities on Generating Income and Employment in Afghanistan. The third paper was presented by Umalakshmi R, Youth Compact Champion, which was titled Unified Humanitarian Response to Disaster, a case of interagency groups in Alappuzha district, Kerala. The fourth and last paper of the session was done by C.G. Hema and Bharat S., second MA Economics students of Kerala University. Harbingers of Hope, Homo Reciprocans Aiding the Ailing Cancer Patient was the title of the presentation. At last, Dr. M.S. Jayakumar sir made the concluding session, followed by out of thanks by Adira P. Nair, first MA student, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Then technical session 3. The third session of the first day seminar is about sustainable consumption and SEC. The session was chaired by Dr. Amala Annie John. In this session, first paper was presented by Dr. Sujata G.S., a paper titled Role of Cooperative Credits in the Agricultural Health of Kerala. The last presentation done by Ashwin AP and Amal D. Their topic is Would a cooperative turn into a monopoly? At last, Anaka Tio, first MA Economics, delivered the out of thanks. Then technical session 4. The fourth technical session was chaired by Dr. A.K. Prasad, Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, based on the theme Agriculture, Livelihood and SEC. Ashwin Ajayan, second MA Economics, delivered the welcome speech. The session had 4 presentations. Dr. Veena Renchini, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, University College, Thiruvananthapuram, presented the paper MFN Clause and India's Apprehension in Agriculture Trade. Dr. Mitesh Madhav and Dr. Ajna KP, both are Assistant Professor in Business Studies, Sri Narayana Guru Open University, Kollam, presented the paper Tapping the Potentials and Glitches for Farmers, Producers Organization in Plantation Sector. The next presentation, Crop Insurance in India. It is a way forward to effective risk management in agriculture, was done by Dr. Sunita Vijayan, Assistant Professor on Contract, School of Distance Education, University of Kerala, and Vishnu P.S., Assistant Professor, VTM NSS College, Dhanuvashuram. Last presentation was done by Shreya Menon, Research Associate, Institute of Management in Government, Thiruvananthapuram, on the paper Namuthu Vellame and Incorporating Indigenous Communities into Governance. Sri Lakshmi L. Second MA Economics delivered the out of thanks for the session. Technical session 5. The fifth technical session on Women in Collective was chaired by Dr. Bushra Begum RK, Director, Center for Women Studies and Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala. Ashna Sudhir of Second MA Economics, University of Kerala did the welcome speech for the session. During the session, 4 papers were presented. The first speaker of the session was Dr. Vimal Raj A., Assistant Professor, Department of Dr. Ambedkar Chair, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, Madhya Pradesh, presented a paper on the topic Social Capital Formation through Bonding and Bridging, a case of Kudumbashree program in Kerala. The second paper was presented by M. Manju, PhD Research Scholar, Department of Economics, Vivekananda College, Agastishwaram, Tamil Nadu, and Dr. I. Umadevi, Assistant Professor, PG, and Research Department of Economics, Vivekananda College, Agastishwaram, Tamil Nadu. The paper was on a study on women empowerment and eradication of poverty through self-help group in Agastishwaram Taluk, Kanyakumari district. The third paper was presented by Amala Anna Alex, PhD Research Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, on the topic Empowering Fisher Women Through Social and Solidarity Economic Practice. The fourth and last paper in this session was presented by Albert Raju, alumnus, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. The paper titled Mustering Up of Women and Aged People into String of Empowerment Through MNREGA, a study with reference to Adirampuzha Grama Panchayat. Dr. Bushra Begum RK, session chair, concluded the session by giving an overall view about papers presented by the speakers and questioned each and every paper with relevant questions. The session ended at 1 p.m. by vote of thanks of Devi V, 2nd MA Economics, University of Kerala. Technical session 6. The sixth technical session was based on the theme Healthcare and SSE. The session was chaired by Dr. S. Godwin SK, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Government College for Women, Thiruvananthapuram. Sneha Selim KS, 2nd MA Economics, delivered the welcome speech for the session. The session had 4 presentations. Dr. Manju S. Nair, Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, presented a paper on Kerala Model of Palliative Care, how community-based approach fosters social and solidarity economy. Advocate Devi Shri GS presented a paper on need for an informal social support system among commercial surrogates in Kerala. Mr. Noel Sebastian, alumnus, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, presented a paper on Kerala's aging economy and role of community-based care. Ms. Beena JS and Ms. Anjali Raghavan presented a paper on the working standard of de-addiction centers in Thiruvananthapuram district, which concluded that minimum standards in de-addiction centers are met. Lesmelo Lydia Lithoba, 2nd MA Economics, delivered the vote of thanks for the session. Technical session 7. The 7th session was chaired by Dr. Smita Pavinios, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Christian College, Katakada. Minu Fatima PT of 2nd MA Economics delivered the welcome address. The first presentation was done by Dakhat Gaurav, Devi Ahalya University, Indore, on the topic Tri-Fi Driving Social Solidarity and Cooperative Economy for the Tribes of India. Shireen Belu first, I, Joseph, PhD Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, and Dr. A.K. Prasad, Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, presented the paper on the topic Tribal Development in Kerala, Issues and Challenges. The next presentation was done by Abhirami A. and Manu Pratap, alumni, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, titled The Analysis of Livelihood of the Urban Poor regarding National Urban Livelihood Mission, Kudumbashree in Kerala. Gayatri Prem V. and Swadhi Krishna SS, 2nd MA Economics, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, presented the third paper titled Indigenous People, SSEO is a case study of Snehapacha in Pathanamthitta district. The final presentation of the 7th session was done by Aisha S. and Dhanashree Suresh, 2nd MA Economics, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, on the topic Potency of HCX Platform for the Development Program in India. Amrita Gauban of 1st MA Economics delivered the vote of thanks for the session. Technical session 8. The 8th session was chaired by Dr. Anita V, Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, which was held on the topic Ecology and SSE. Sneha Sajan of first year MA Financial Economics student welcomed the honorables. There were 5 presentations in total. Sarita S, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, VTMNS College, Ganavachippuram, presented a paper on the role of community participation in circular economy. Ajay P, Assistant Professor, Erode Engineering College, Tamil Nadu, presented a paper on eco-carry bags from used area, bags from a plate manufacturing industries. This paper jointly written by Mr. Ajay P along with Assistant Professor Gopika S and Sneha. They studied on the wasted product from the used bar area. The next presentation was Dr. Lalija VK on Collective Responsibility and Sustainable Management of Water Resources, a study on rainwater harvesting in Kerala. Then Mahinkar M., the PhD scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, presented a paper on Economics of Social Interaction, a critique. The final paper was jointly presented by Research and the final paper jointly presented by Vichita S. Vijayan and Shibin Y on the topic Social and Solidarity Economy and the Challenges of Sustainable Development. It was on the Social Solidarity Economy Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals. Nakula Chandran, first MA Financial Economics, proposed out of thanks for the session. Technical session 9. The technical session 9 was chaired by Dr. P.H. C.A., Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Government College, Artingal. And there were 5 presentations. The first presentation was done by Valarmadi R. on the topic, the housing sectors and social and solidarity economy. Then the second presentation was done by Father John Matthew, Research Scholar, Department of Politics, University of Kerala, entitled Religious Institutions and Social Solidarity Economy, a case of Marthoma Syrian Church in Kerala. Then third presentation was done by Rachel Sugandhi. Topic is the financial sector and social and solidarity economy. The fourth presentations were done by Shimlamol M., the Research Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, entitled SSC in Science Communication Activities. And the final presentation made by Adulya A.T. and Shrikuti K.V. Their paper entitled Community Living and Colonial Politics, Analysis of the Alluvial in Puducherry. Technical session 10. The theme of the technical session 10 was public policy and community participation. Welcome was done by Nadeem S., First MA Economics, and the session was chaired by Dr. Shanu S., Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Government College for Women, University of Kerala. The speakers of the session were Ananda Padmanabhan S., Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Mahatma Gandhi College, Thiruvananthapuram, on the topic Principles of Solidarity Economy on Vaccine Policy of India. The second presentation was done by Ramaswamy N., Research Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, on the topic Dependency and Underspending of Municipal Corporation in Kerala, Insights through Development Expenditures. The next presentation was done by Adit S. Karthik, Guest Faculty, Department of Economics, St. Xavier's College, Thiruvananthapuram, on the topic Policy Framing for Social and Solidarity Economy. The next presentation was presented by Aishwarya B.S. and Kavya B., Second MA Economics, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, on the topic Need for Public Policies in Support of SSC. The last presentation had been done by Muhammad Hussain T., Research Scholar in Islamic Technology, ICS Academy, Manhampata, Manjeri, Malappuram, on the topic Study on Cryptocurrencies in the Light of Islamic Financial System. The out of thanks of the session had been given by Padmaraj V., First MA Economics, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the report. Now, I extend my warm welcome to Dr. Josukuti C.A., Director, School of Social Sciences, University of Kerala. He completed his MA in Political Science, MPhil and doctoral degrees from the University of Kerala. He is currently the Director of School of Social Sciences and Honorable Director, Survey Research Center, University of Kerala. He was awarded the Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Fellowship in 2015 and was visiting faculty at the University of South Dakota, USA. His areas of interest and research include international relations, India's foreign policy, electoral politics, and human rights. He had published 6 books and more than 30 research articles in a number of leading journals. With much respect and honor, we welcome you, sir, for the valedictory address. Sir, please.
Thank you for the generous introduction. Respected Chair, Dr. Shrija, my friend, and Dr. Christabel, and also the faculty members, dear students and research scholars of the Department of Economics. It's always an act of solidarity when we share the stage with the faculty of the Department of Economics, particularly Dr. Shrija and Christabel, since we were together for some time, though I was super senior to them. But they don't have that respect to me, but still, we were all together. And that also is an act of fraternity and solidarity, because if a lot of respect comes in, it can, kind of create a gap in the solidarity. So it's a union, it's a stage where the solidarity is intact. I'm not an expert on, solidarity economics or anything that is related to it. But I have a few thoughts to share. And Dr. Shrija has terrorized me not to speak for more than 10 minutes. Because I know you're all in a hurry to leave, but still it would be, interesting to share a few thoughts. To my mind, if you look at history of human civilization, economics is a very, very problematic activity. Because where do we say this is human psychology and human nature and human conduct has been to a great extent decided by economics. Why I say this is because, the first word in human history was a word in the Sumerian writings around 5,000 years back. Was related to an accountant. The word was Kushim. Some people have, kind of deciphered, and they say that was the word. And that was to, kind of record the buying, selling, agricultural products, etc., etc. Of course, during those days, it was barter system. So economics was an activity that had every reason to create kind of conflict. So that is why economic activities are central to human behavior. When we say human beings are selfish, it is essentially an economic statement. Though there are other dimensions to it. But when you say somebody is selfish, immediately Adam Smith and his definition of wealth comes in. And other attributes to the idea of selfishness, I would say, is secondary to economic resources or money or whatever it is. Which means economics decides or, figure in human behavior more than anything else. So once you are able to, kind of regulate or bring economic activity with a particular framework based on certain values, then half of the problems of human beings could be resolved. You look at the Russia-Ukraine war. It's a war over the rich coastal belt. Partly it is a war of honor and pride, etc., security, etc., etc. But it is also primarily a war over the rich, fertile, industrial terrain in the Black Sea. You see how economics decides the fate of human beings. And therefore, what I would say is that even now, why this idea of solidarity economy or social solidarity economy has come into being is an attempt to address some of these central issues that human beings face. To my mind, if you look at human civilization as a progress, the progress has been to find out, to evolve, explore, and materialize the finest values on the basis of which economic, social, political, and other activities could be framed, or how economic activity could be organized. Once you are able to evolve those ideas and values on the basis of which, particularly our economic activities could be regulated and controlled, could be brought in a legal, socially sanctioned system, then that society would be having lesser number of problems, or that society would be a more inclusive society, or that society or economy would be a society based on the values propounded by social solidarity economy. It would be humanist, it could be kind of inclusive, it could be very diverse, there could be kind of integration of countries or sociability or creativity or inclusiveness, decentralization, etc., etc., instead of centralization, authoritarianism, dictatorship, and so on. So this idea is essentially a democratic idea. The idea of the topics, over 50 papers presented here, all of them are related to some of the very basic issues of human beings, isn't it? It could be health, it could be, anything. If you go through the papers, you will see that how economics is related to different activities of human beings, diverse activities of human beings. And these diverse activities need to be framed in the value system propounded by or advocated by solidarity economy. So that is, I think, is the importance of this particular theme and this particular seminar. If you go back to history also, again, you will find that organized economic activity has always worked wonders, have completely changed human nature. For example, some writers say, some thinkers say, agriculture was the first, organized agriculture was the first fraud on human behavior. Because organized agriculture completely changed your behavior. When agriculture organized, was conducted on a profit motive, then the intention was not to produce what you want to consume. Was the basic idea was to sell or preserve for tomorrow and so on. So that changed the human nature. Similarly, Industrial Revolution. It was not only to satisfy the consumers or our consumption requirements, but it was also essentially motivated by the desire for profit. If you bring, or if you look at globalization or market economy, corporatization and so on, this is very true even in this context as well. That is where the idea of solidarity economy or social economy, as you call it, there are different terms to describe it, becomes quite significant. And this idea, as I said in the beginning, so this is an important progress in human evolution, that we are trying to address some of the basic economic issues so that everyone has a share in the resources, everyone has a role in the economic decision-making process, everyone has good health, everyone has, enough to eat. So this could be made possible only if these values and the ideas are properly integrated into our policy mechanisms, becomes a part of our governing policies, becomes a part of our decisions, comes alive in the ground in the form of whatever rule, whatever decentralized, whatever people-centric economic activities envisaged by economic solidarity. I do not want to elaborate on this. But what I think, one more thing I think very specific and interesting in solidarity economics is that it is very plural. It doesn't have any particular framework, rigid framework. It doesn't work in a regimental system. You have diverse options, opportunities, values, and also through those you can evolve different practices that would be beneficial to different groups, associations, that would in a sense, materialize the very idea of solidarity economy, thereby an inclusive order where the various requirements of large sections of the people, particularly the marginalized, are taken care of. I think that is where the significance of this seminar and this team, this idea is important. And similarly, now this faces many challenges, isn't it? This is an age where the market and globalization and other corporate forces are able to, buy solidarity economic groups, civil society groups, So we need to be very cautious. The people who study on this, the academicians, the people need to understand that reality, that even social solidarity economic groups are being sabotaged by, now they themselves have started, solidarity economic groups. They themselves have started civil society groups. So civil society capital formation or social capital or economic capital from a solidarity perspective has become a business of the corporate world. We need to be very vigilant about this. I think seminars like this is an important step in this direction of making us understand how do an idea evolve? How do an idea becomes a part of social practices? It becomes possible through knowledge generation in seminars like this. I think this has been a great exercise. Though I was not physically present looking at this, I know that a lot of discussions, knowledge generation, understanding, that will become part of social practices in the coming days would be a great contribution to the welfare of the world, that would make this world, the resources of this world, the wealth of this world, everybody's, and nobody is left out. And the effort taken by the Department of Economics, particularly the driver and spirit of the conference, Dr. Christabel, and also the guide of the department, as somebody referred in the beginning, Dr. Shija, for my friends, all congratulations to you, best wishes to you, and the students. I know, without democracy, so without people, no democracy, without students. Solidarity economy also focuses on people. It's a public activity, people's activity. Best wishes and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words. We will now listen to some of the experiences of the 3-day national conference from our audience. I invite Reza Rahul, PhD scholar, Department of Political Science, University of Kerala, to share his valuable feedback. So please.
Respected Professor Shija Ma'am, Head of Economic Department, and the Secretary of this conference, Christabel Ma'am, Mondana Boshin. Mondana Boshin means in Persian, well done. Well done means you did a great job. Yusuf Kurtisir, he is actually a wonderful man here. Besides, we speak about his profession and about his knowledge. He is a wonderful man. He is always encouraging us. I don't know how to speak in front of him and in front of their teachers. But as we know, coming to our feedback, we know that the major factor that differentiates the third word from the others or the first word from others is research. Research is very important. The popular and the most important universities always speaking about the research. And this is a gap between the third and the first word, actually. Fortunately, in the case of India, the government is focusing on research. Nowadays, education policy 2020 is giving more emphasis on research. And it requires every institutions that should pay more on research and research activities. So in this case, I see the activities of Department of Economics. Actually, the department is playing a leading role here. These 3 days of national conference shows that around 40 research papers has been presented here. And this shows that it is a kind of enthusiasm on research and research activities. On the other hand, I want to say, frankly citing that this workshop, this conference was very important in two aspects. One, content, as I mentioned, 40 researchers have presented their activities and their researches. On the other hand, it is very important that I have to mention here, it was the organizing team. I have seen the Cristobal ma'am was working too much and going there and coming there and managing and calling and then working even on technical aspect. So again, I congratulate ma'am. It was very wonderful. It was actually, it was very beneficial for us. We learned a lot. And this program was very insightful. Another thing, last night, we have a group here. One of our faculty have shared another, actually another, how can I say, announcement that you are organizing another seminar, I think. So as I mentioned, the Department of Economics is paying attention and playing a leading role. It is a kind of proof. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am, for organizing this wonderful seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your feedback. Now I request some of you to come forward and share your experience. Please.
Good evening all. I am Sneha B. Saji, first year MA Economics. This 3-day was a treasure of knowledge regarding social and solidarity economies. From the perspective of student, the national seminar indeed an experience and exposure of top-touch academic works. We get an idea of gender, politics, environment, economies, and other alternative development works. Thank you.
Good evening all. I'm Jyoti Omanakutan, first year MA Economics. This seminar was a great experience to know more about how the social and solidarity economy work across the different sectors of the world. Some of the papers which attracted me were the one presented by Dr. Rashmi R. on the catastrophic healthcare expenditure among elderly in Kerala. We got to know a lot about the role played by NGOs and SSEOs in providing catastrophic geriatric care and facilitation services in the state. It was also a eye-opener to know about the performance of palliative care unit in Kerala, which was a paper presented by Manju ma'am. It was a great experience to attend this 3-day seminar. And we are very grateful to Cristobal ma'am who organized this seminar and looking forward to more insightful seminars. Thank you.
Happy afternoon. Honorable dignitaries on and off the dais. So it was indeed a great honor for me to attend this 3-day national conference. Like we actually came about so many dimensions of cooperatives, like mutual aids and so many topics. And the amount of efforts put by each of these presenters were awesome. And the back work they did
behind this presentations were overwhelming. And as an audience, like we had several takeaways from this conference. And actually, as first years, we were not able to present papers because we were having our internals, but surely we'll also be presenting in coming sessions. As our Josuti sir mentioned during the valedictory address, like these topics were highly relatable in our daily lives, and we could learn and unlearn things from attending the seminar. And I think that's one of the greatest takeaway from this seminar. So I thank everyone, especially Krisbelna, for organizing such a wonderful seminar. I know the back work and the on-screen works she did, and especially with the support of our HOD, Sheeta ma'am. And I thank everyone in efforts to make this event possible. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you all for your feedback. Now we have come to the last of today's event. I welcome Dr. Christabel PG, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Reshma. A warm good evening to one and all. We have come to the end of the third National Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies, Experiences from Around the World. Now it is time to extend my gratitude to the dignitaries, delegates, and students who have made this conference a success. First of all, my sincere thanks go to Professor Shijasa. As the head of the department, she is the strength behind all of us, especially for or behind the whole conference we have been having for the last 3 days. In addition to that, she has chaired one inaugural session. She is chairing this, presiding this validity session. She has provided with all the facilities to conduct this conference. Thank you so much for your unrelenting support and love you always extend to me, madam. Thank you so much. Professor Josuti CA, Director, School of Social Sciences, and Professor of Department of Political Science, University of Kerala. As he was mentioning, we were together in the campus while we were studying. He is always a well-wisher and a good supporter, great supporter to all the activities in the Department of Economics. And also, you know, with me, he is very friendly and he cooperates with me for a lot of other activities rather than academic activities. So his valedictory address was really an enlightening experience for us. From a political science point of view, he had been looking into the various aspects of the social and solidarity economies. As Steha was telling, it is something like a learning and unlearning experience for us. Thank you so much for being with us, sir, and thank you for the wonderful valedictory address. I would like to thank all my colleagues, Professor A.K. Prasad, Professor Manjuvesh Nair, Professor Anita V, and Mr. Siddiq R in the Department of Economics, University of Kerala. All of my colleagues, they supported me in a fuller with their whole heart, and actually it helped me to do the work in a very easy manner. I take this opportunity to thank Drs. Caroline Shehnaz Hussain, Associate Professor, University of Toronto, Canada, who is my collaborator in all my academic activities, especially in terms of social and solidarity economies. She is a real strength behind me. I thankfully remember her in her absence, and all the members in the Diverse and Solidarity Economies Collective who supported me intellectually from different parts of the world, which help us to do a lot of work even now in the field of social and solidarity economies. Coming back to the conference, a total of around 50 papers are presented in 10 different technical sessions, both offline and online. The presenters include people from engineering background, NGO background. They are practitioners, scientists, political scientists, economists, sociologists, legal persons, and so on. So from wide range of points of view, we could have a lot of papers, and we are enlightened with different aspects and dimensions of social and solidarity economies. I'm also so happy that a lot of students, the student community has responded in an overwhelming manner or in an enthusiastic manner to this conference. And many of my students have presented their papers. Many of them are having their presentation for their first time in their life. I'm so happy for all the presentations. I'm sincerely thanking all who have presented the paper. Thank you so much for your great effort by contributing your research output to the conference. Any event of this kind of conference would get failed if the audience is not available. It is hard to find people nowadays to keep inside a hall or even in the online, because a lot of programs are going on simultaneously online and offline, even inside the campus and outside the campus. Thank you for being with us for the last 3 days and for the comments and queries you have raised throughout the conference that made the conference so vibrant. Thank you so much for the wonderful participants we are having for the last 3 days. I thank the University of Kerala for funding the conference. I take this opportunity to thank all the authorities, the syndicate members, and the administrative staff of the University of Kerala for extending their wholehearted support while conducting this conference. A lot of students worked for hours. I love you all. I must say the names of some of them, otherwise I may fail my duty. Mahinkan, my research scholar, was the constant support with me all the time. He was acting something like a co-organizer of the conference. He edited the compendium of abstracts, finalized the program schedule, printing all the materials, and he was running behind a lot of things and supporting me like anything. Thank you so much, dear Mahim. Marla Elizabeth Philip acted as the event manager. Marla was the captain of the students in arranging them who delivered welcome address, vote of thanks by managing a lot of calls, mock presentations, running WhatsApp groups. So she created 3-4 WhatsApp groups to push the people to do things. We had Google Meet at 9 p.m. And we had more presentations which went up to 10 o'clock, and we worked until 12 p.m. To perfect our 12 a.m. to perfect our PPTs, composing WhatsApp messages, sending invitations, and so on. Thank you so much, Marla. As the conference was a hybrid event, and we had 12 sessions, including inaugural and valedictory sessions, even though we were at the same time were live in Zoom and YouTube, the technical issues we had were very much minimal. The reason is that we had a lot of people who have been working behind the scenes. The technical team, which was headed by Beena JS, a lot of other people helped her in the smooth conduct of the proceedings. A wholehearted thanks to all the people, especially who worked even after the conference, before the conference, in the technical team. And I must especially mention the name of Beena JS. She had been with us for designing the flyers, brochures, and preparing registration forms. And she had been here with us for until 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock. She never mind sitting back and working. Along with her, Devi B is also there designing the flyers. All the flyers are prepared by our students. Any other work has been outsourced. We only did everything. So I always feel that when we do all these things on our own, my students get more skills by designing, organizing, and other things. And they were happily doing it. I'm so happy for that. The designing team especially those who are with Pina, Devi. I thank all of them. Ashwin Ajay designed the certificates and taking care of issuing the certificates for the participants, presenters, and the chairman. So he was very much meticulous in preparing all the certificates and printing the certificates. Thank you so much for the efforts you have taken. I also appreciate all the students who took up the responsibility of delivering welcome address and vote of thanks. They took a lot of pain to collect the CVs of all the presenters. Sometimes they searched it from the internet and get the CVs, prepared the write-ups for the addresses, contact the resource persons in multiple times. Even sometimes they are picked from the railway station or some from their houses and so on. So they help me with a lot of technical issues and making the sessions going very smoothly by comparing the sessions. And that is one of the reasons why all the sessions went on without much trouble and hassles. Thank you all of my dear students who happily did that work for the conference. The food committee did a wonderful job. Atul was the team head of food committee. It is we made very much sure that the food should not be wasted, but at the same time everyone must be fed. So they did in a perfect manner, and they have made it sure that food has reached all of the participants and the staff in the office in the right quantity and at the right time. So thank you so much for each one of you who have been working with the food committee along with Atul to make the things happening in the right way. Likewise, the registration team headed by Ashwin Ajay, he is instrumental in making the registrations happen and distributing the lunch coupon and other things. So thank you for the registration committee. Likewise, the reception committee headed by Vasha. Vasha VS, she was taking care of her team was taking care of receiving the guests, preparing the tables, and taking care of all the needs of the guests. Thank you so much to Vasha and the whole team who worked with her. Adarsh, Gautam, and Padmaraj were taking care of the transportation of the guests. Thank you so much for finding time for doing all these activities. And I'm thankful to the catering team, Grace Catering Services, for providing with homely food for 3 times a day and all the 3 days. Thank you. In their absence, I thank them. I thank Mrs. Ajita for cleaning our premises, the hall and the room we are using. Thank you, madam. Thanks to the whole team who stood with me day in and day out, all the technical staff, all the students, all the administrative staff, all the faculty members, and the conference come to an end now. Once again, I thank you everyone for your kind cooperation and support. We will meet again in future in yet another events. Thank you so much.